parents, and all the viewers who are here on a Saturday. Fantastic. Welcome you all to this conference.
Okay, sure. Mute
Thank you. Just a pause. We have some technical challenges here. We're resolving it. ఈ మైక్ కాదా నా ల్యాప్టాప్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు
మైక్ నుంచి మైక్ నుంచి మీరేం ల్యాప్టాప్ లో ల్యాప్టాప్
అదే కదా నేను మైక్
ఓన్లీ ఫ్రమ్ ద
నేను అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలనేది కదా. నమస్తే, సుప్రభాతం, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్, గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ and good evening. Welcome you all the teenagers across the world and their parents and all the viewers. Thank you all for joining this conference today. We would like to start with prayers and Ashirvachanam from the priest. I welcome you all on behalf of Livermore Hindu Community Cultural Center, Shiva Vishnu Temple, Livermore. Thank you.
Om Vageshadya Sumanasa Sarvarthanam Vakrame Yam Natva Kritakrutyasyutam Namami Gajadanam Sharada Sharadamboja Vadana Vadanambuje Sarvada Sarvada Asmakam Sannidhim Kriyat Om Prudyasmahavyer Namaso Pasadya Vikram Devam Mitradeyanna Atta Anuratan Hapicha Vattayantaha Shatanjihema Sharadasaviraha Navo Navo Bhavati Jayamanam Keturjasami Yagre Bhagam Devepyo Viladat Yayandra Chandramaha Tiradi Tirthamayoho Om Prithvi Chanda Agnika Chanda Kami Chanda Jagam Chamayat Antarikshagam Chandam Datvayuna Chandam Damme Chandagam Jagam Chamayat Yo Chanda Sadityena Chanda Sami Chanda Jagam Chamayat Divishantirantarikshakum Shantiragnishantirvayashantiradijanoshantiragnishantirabhagyashantirnakshatra Shailadivayeva devadam naha Vishwavadresvarayeva devadam naha Anishailadivayeva devadam naha भगवान् वेङ्कटदेव दैवतं नः श्रीनिवास परदैवतं नः श्रीनिवास परमन्ननं नः श्रीनिवास कुलदैवतं नः श्रीनिवास परमाङ्गलिर्नः वक्त्राब्जे भाग्यलक्ष्मीः करदलकमले सर्वदां दानलक्ष्मीः द्वादण्डे वीरलक्ष्मीः हृदयसरसिजे भूतकारुण्यलक्ष्मीः खड्गाग्रे सौर्यलक्ष्मीः निखिलगुणगणाडम्बरे कीर्तिलक्ष्मीः सर्वाङ्गे सौम्यलक्ष्मीः जयविजयता सर्वसाम्राज्यलक्ष्मीः श्रीर्वचस्वमायुष्यमारोग्यमावेदाच्छोभमानं महीयते धान्यं धनं वशं बहुकीर्तिलाभं सततं अक्षरं दीर्घमायुः श्रियकान्ताय कल्याणनिधये निधयेऽर्थिनाम् श्रीवेङ्कटनिवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् उमाकान्ताय कान्ताय कामितार्थप्रदायिने श्रीगिरीशाय देवाय विश्वनाथाय मङ्गलम्
Thank you for wonderful blessings. God's grace, we are starting this function conference today with all your participation. Once again, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of Hindu Community Cultural Center, Shiva Vishnu Temple, Livermore, California. I would like to welcome our chairman, Ramana Adusumalli, to start the function officially by lighting the lamp.
ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वयावेदा भग्नं निरत्यं मम पशोऽकृत्यमक्षमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा
So screenshots look like this, and then if we put the text, it looks like this. Which one do you prefer? We can do both. It's up to you.
Screenshot shown.
Screenshot looks something like
It
this.
is at a limited number, right?
How about Uncle?
It's a limited number. Oh, these put in 2 columns.
Yeah. I just like screenshotted literally whatever was on the
That's
doc.
better.
Screenshots better?
Yes, screenshot better. Okay.
Okay, sure.
But you're going to multiple slides, right, for that?
Yes, each highlighted category has a screenshot.
Okay. this screenshot has got all the names?
All the names.
Volunteers, publicity committee?
Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Oh, this one, but screenshot has got everything, right?
Yeah, I just gonna put.
Good. I will tell you to just next, then you scroll it, or tell
I'll send it to you.
Person.
Thank you, Manoharji, and thank you, our priests, distinguished speakers, young scholars participating in this conference, volunteers, HCCC Livermore Temple Management, and all the attendees across the world. Namaste. Welcome to Global Hindu Teens Conference hosted by HCCC Shiva Vishnu Temple, Livermore, California. Shiva Vishnu Temple is one of the most authentic Hindu temples in North America. Our vision to be a center of excellence in Hindu religious and cultural studies. We strive to promote Hindu culture and religious values to our next generation kids and many of you, the young teens who are attending this conference. I would like to take a moment to appreciate all the young scholars across the world who participated in this event and produced incredible content on the Hindu society's contributions to humankind. Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to mention about, people say winners write history. In the modern world, we just need to leverage the digital platform like Wikipedia or YouTube to be able to write your own history. You don't need to win a war to write your own history. To represent your story, you are the best person to tell your story, write your story. If you don't write your history, somebody else is going to write that history. It will not be the same as you write, and let alone it won't be fake. All the great civilizations in the world are proud of their heritage. And those civilizations who are proud of their heritage are the ones thriving over the years. Hindu civilization is one of the oldest civilizations with the richest heritage for over 5,000 years. Let's be proud of our heritage. Let's write our own history. My humble request to the new and upcoming torchbearers of our heritage is to own the narrative and write your own history. While you are doing so, please look at not only the current India as you see, but look at the Akhanda Bharat, which is whether it is the Malaysia or Indonesia or Eastern Asia or Western Asia, where Hindu civilizations have thrived. Write about those histories, those contributions to the human race. Our team led by Manoharji and all the volunteers have put together a great set of events today. And thank you team for taking the time in producing this great, unique event, in bringing all the teams across the world together and celebrate and be proud of our heritage, the Hindu heritage and the Indian heritage. Let's celebrate together. Welcome again to this Teens Conference. Thank you. Namaste.
ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళ పేరు చదవాలండి నువ్వు ఎక్కడ చెప్తావు అంతే
Thank you, Ramana. Thank you for your wonderful welcome.
ఆర్
And wonderful. We started with the glitches, but I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful day today.
స్టేట్మెంట్ ఇక్కడ పెట్టు
With we started with blessings from peace.
అండ్ థర్డ్ ప్లేస్ విన్నర్స్
As Mr. Ramana Arasmalli mentioned about the mission, the objective. Just to repeat, the objective of this conference, which we call Global Hindu Teens Conference, mainly to address a smaller section of the student community who are getting ready to go into the real life, to know about the great contributions of Hindu society to the world, whether it could be science and technology, or culture, or religious philosophy, or spirituality. So I'm very happy that many students today are part of this conference. So I welcome you all wholeheartedly, and I definitely want to promise that we're going to have a wonderful day today with interesting activities, and we'll go into that pretty soon. So first, after my few minutes of talking, we will hand over to another speaker, Gautam Vedanti Garu, and then we will introduce the Master of Ceremonies, Krishna Radha Krishna. Then who will take over, and then we will have the wonderful speakers who have agreed to send a message to this conference, followed by young adults announcing the names of the winners, followed by the vote of thanks. With this little bit introduction about the agenda, I would like to give a brief update about this conference, how it started, and how it proceeded, or what made it really successful. Yes. So far. A few months back, when we were interacting with students, a lot of students expressed their ignorance about what Indian society has done to the world. It triggered my interest in that we should do something. The many incidents and many contributions. A simple example is, we were told in our high school or middle school, the squares of the sides of a triangle, if you add them up, it will become square of the diagonal. That's Pythagoras' theorem. But before Pythagoras was in about 400 BC, almost like 500 years before Pythagoras, there was a mathematician called Bodhayana, who proposed Solva Sutra. And we never saw that anywhere mentioned. None of us knew. When we went to school, none of us know. You are now to. So the endeavor of this conference is to create interest in young students to really learn about the past, contributions, how Indian society has contributed to the world in areas of science, technology, philosophy, religion, culture, dance, music, etc. So we started this conference with the blessings of the priest and the blessings of God, under the guidance of Hindu Community Cultural Center, Shiva Vishnu Temple here in Livermore, California. So when we announced the registrations, there were about 315 registrations received. 315 registrations received from about 15 countries. Countries like Canada, UK, Switzerland, India, and far off countries like Malaysia, African countries like Tanzania, Uganda, etc. So we were very excited. Definitely the message went all around. And within India, from very remote parts of the country, parts of the Assam, parts of the West Bengal, students have submitted their registrations. After a month of registrations, we gave extra time for 2 weeks of submitting the video and the writer. And finally, we got almost like half or 50% of the people, the teenagers who registered, have submitted the videos and writers. So now the next phase for us was to really evaluate this. So we have put in place the proper process. So what we have done is, okay, let's try to divide this into 2 categories. And then we have selected about 15 judges from India and 15 judges from the USA, spanning many areas of their expertise. Some of them are academicians, professors, some of them are scientists, scholars, doctors, medical doctors, pharmacists, school teachers. So all of them, we formed a panels and then we distributed this. Each video and writer was evaluated by 3 judges. We took the average score of 3 judges. And then we went, after we selected the 50 winners, we went for the second round of evaluations to make sure that there is no anomalies. And it was very difficult because we received submissions from covering various areas. Some students wrote about mathematics, astronomy, astrology, science. Some students wrote about temples, dance, music, yoga, martial arts. Wonderful. We're very happy that it created a lot of interest in students from remote parts of India, even within USA, Canada. So thank you all for participating and submitting your videos and writers. So after the evaluation is completed, we all judges came together again, decided, okay, we initially said 5 first prizes, but due to contention, we said we'll add one more prize, 6 prizes, 6 first prizes. Similarly, we made 7 second prizes, and then we made it 11 actually, and then we have 36 third prizes instead of 35. So it's a good ratio. Out of 140 or submitted, we are covering pretty much good percentage of the submissions to be winners. Our main motive is to encourage children, to motivate them, so that they develop interest and then they will continue studying about our cultural past, Hindu past, take pride in our contributions to the modern world. So one request to the students who submitted, but who are not in this panel of 53 selected winners. Please take it in the proper stride, because it doesn't mean that you have not submitted a wonderful video or write-up. It's not that you didn't put effort. I'm sure you all put good effort. But obviously we have a limited number of prizes, 53 out of 140 or so. Then they will be ranked. So please understand that your efforts are not gone waste. It's a good start. And we are, with the guidance and support from Hindu Community Cultural Center and wonderful personalities like Varahamihira and President, who should be here, to continue this tradition every year, to invite more and more students to participate. Now, I would like to also take this opportunity to acknowledge many of the contributors. I'll try to name as many as I can, but I may be missing some. I'll request them to excuse me. I would like to just screen the names, so I'll go over that just within a few minutes. Then we will start the real program. Okay. on the slides. You have the slides or you have the Word document? Okay. So we formed the Global Publicity Committee. And I was very happy and honored to say that we have received extensive support across the globe. As you see, you might be seeing this screen with the names. I would like to acknowledge individually, forgive me, it may take a little bit of time, but starting with contribution from USA. I'm going to prefix with respected, so I don't have to repeat this respectable addressing for every name. Anand Gundu from USA, Krishna Uchukuru, USA, Kumar Padmani, USA, Venkatadi Bobba, USA, Chitra Vijay, Prabhu Gurmurthy, Sunil Asthana, Jayanta Chaudhary, Sanjeev Mahabadi, Gautam Vedanti, Srikali Varanasi, Balu Bommakanti, Manju Asthana, Lakshminarayana Kurella from Texas, Meena Yagina from Bay Area, California, Datta Jinalkar from USA, Dr. Sharwari Dikshit from Bay Area. So as you see, within the USA itself, we have about quite a few publicity volunteers. Vinod Kumar Mahabadi from India, Guru Prasad Honesh from Bangalore, Shubham Kumar Paul from Assam, India, Shirisha Rajshekar Rampalli from Colombo, Sri Lanka, Hari from Arab Emirates, Pavan Dudilla from Switzerland, Vijaya Suvarna from Eastern Canada, Sunil Rajavaram from Western Canada, Dr. Mohan Yelishetty from Australia, Radhakrishna Regala from Singapore. As you see, we have got extensive support for this good cause, wholehearted support in terms of publicity. And now the Young Adults Committee, we formed a Young Adults Committee and there is a lot of enthusiasm, but it so happened everything is falling in their exam times and the final competition time. So we have 3 successful volunteers, wonderful contributors to this effort. Prerana Gundu, Pragnat Pantravahi, Manaswini Kala. They helped us in pre-screening the submissions, in sorting out and identifying any shortages to the videos or any playable or not playable, categorizing them, what topics they were talking, make sure that the files and the write-ups are in place in proper fashion. Thank you all the wonderful volunteers of the Publicity Committee. Now, this is the front-ending committee. The back-end committee is the press coverage committee, who work relentlessly to spread the message. Meena Yagina from India Parent Magazine, USA, which has got a lot of following in Facebook and social media as well as their own channels. Vinod Kumar Mahabadi, who is in charge of the press coverage from India, who touched the various nook and corners of the country through press coverage, and who coordinated the video video distribution basically. Manjula Kalanidhi, the Indian Express, Santosh Regalla from Yenadu, Vishnudas Srikanth from AB6 News, Gangadhar, Andhra Patrika, Raghuveer, Andhra Prabha, Tigulla Krishnamurthy, Namaste Telangana, Prabhakar, Prajamantalu, Jitendra Tangula, All India Unit of Press. I would like to thank all these wonderful individuals who have the passion to contribute to this good cause and extended their support by giving the press coverage, by distributing the message across the world through various social media channels as well as the other methods. Can we see the next slide? Next page. Next. So, as a part of the process of organizing this wonderful conference, we formed a conference committee comprised of Sri Venkatadri Bobba, Sri Anand Gundu, Sri Karunakar Gulkota, Sri Vamsi Pulapa, Prasunna Dornadula, Sri Bhaskara Chadalwada, Sri Sudhakar Mallan Party, Sri Yugender Meka, Dr. Kamala Shankar, Dr. Vijay Sampath. Thank you all, wonderful senior contributors and devotees of the temple who formed the conference committee and provided guidance and support in making this a successful event. Now, for all this to support and sustain, we have a team of actually wonderful, whole, good-hearted donors as sponsors for this conference. I would like to personally thank Sri Venkatadri Bobba, Sri Anand Gundu, Sri Karunakar Gulkota, Sri Raghavamma, Srimati Raghavamma Gullapalli, Sri Krishna Utkuru, Sri Sudhakar Mallampati, Sri Sini Surapaneni, Sri Madhva Chintavedula, Sunil Asthana, Sri Nagaraj Buddhu, Madhavi Mahavadi, Srimati Srividya Daita, Srimati Pranti Loki, Srimati Sangeeta Gochpurti. Thank you all, wonderful donors and sponsors, for making this event happen and extending your wholehearted support. With this, I want to thank everyone. If I miss some names, if I missed anyone, miss one name, Arun Rajanala, Mr. Arun Rajanala, who helped all across the process as well as being a donor and sponsor. With this, I would like to really start the actual function. I'd like to introduce Mr. Gautam Vedanti, who is a wonderful devotee of the temple for many, many years. A Sanskrit scholar himself. Besides his day job, he spends the whole remaining time in the temple for temple activities, for youth and education, for adult committees. Gautam Vedanti, with his wife, Srimati Srikali Varanasi, together are dedicated, passionate teachers. They are guiding a team of very dedicated volunteer teachers who are conducting various courses. I would welcome Sri Gautam Vedanti to come here and speak or tell something about the activities of the temple for the youth and children.
Namaste. Thank you, Manoharji, for giving this opportunity. Thanks for all the temple committees and the board members and team of all the volunteers for giving me this opportunity. I would like to congratulate every participant. You may be wondering, like, why I'm congratulating all participants. Participating is winning, because without participation, nobody can, you cannot even be in the race. So whether you win the prize or not, you participated, so you're a winner. With that said, I just want to say a few good words about, for the children and young adults to carry forward in their life, and then I'll tell about the programs that go on here. The first one is the education and learning. This is a continuous process, and there is a small shloka I remember, which is goes like this: Nachora haryam, nacharajaharyam, na bhratrubhajyam, nacha bharakari, vyaye krute vardhata eva nityam, vidyadanam sarvadhana pradhanam. Means the thieves cannot take away the education, and also it cannot be taxed by the government because you are learning. And then Nachabharakari means brothers are not going to share. Nabhratrubhajyam. Nachabharakari means nobody, it is never going to be a burden, how much ever you learn. As the time goes, it keeps increasing your knowledge, but it's not going to go away. So that kind of a knowledge as a wealth, please carry forward. Look for the knowledge and education and the learning. And the second thing I want to tell you is that when Ravana approaches Maricha in the Ramayana for helping him to abduct Sita, and everybody will be, nobody says no to Ravana at the time.
Thank you, Sri Gautam Vedanti. Thank you all for listening very patiently. And let's start the conference with a good applause for all the contributors, publicity committees, donors, sponsors, and the students who participate in this conference by submitting their videos and write-ups. Now, I would like to introduce Radhakrishna, who happened to be here visiting United States of America. We are fortunate that he happened to be in the Bay Area, and he accepted my request to really be the master of ceremonies. To say a few things about Krish. Krish is a very successful and very eminent personality development expert and motivational speaker who has trained thousands of students. He has thousands of students as followers. Today, they are in very high positions and they got their foundation started with Krish. Krish today also very popular in India. He trains Indian police officers, IPS, IAS, Indian foreign service officers, the consulate staff of many embassies in India and many countries from Africa engage him for coaching and for mentoring their administrative officers or foreign office officers. And today I would like to welcome Krish Radhakrishna. Thank you, Krish, for
Thank you.
giving me a chance to really see you on this stage. Thank you.
So friends, I want to congratulate this wonderful man, Manohar Mahabali, and he's my childhood friend. And I really admire that even though this man has come few decades back to the United States of America, even today, the spirit of that Hinduism and also to contribute to the youngsters is quite commendable. And I want to really congratulate this temple. This is called a Shiva Vishnu temple, and whenever I come to US, I make it a point to visit this beautiful temple, because as it's been said, Shivaya Vishnu Rupaya, Shiva Rupaya Vishnavi, because all inclusion is nothing but that is called as the Hinduism, because Hinam Nashayati Hindu. Whoever has destroyed his lower tendencies is called as a Hindu. So that is the reason. It's not a religion, but it's like a way of life. And I want to congratulate the entire executive committee and all the people, whoever is here in this country, because with this kind of a liberalization and globalization, world has shrunk into a global village. So in this global village, most important thing is transcending the way of life of the world, because the people who are born over here, a lot of teens, who have migrated all over the world, they are not aware of the values and principles of how to being an inner winner and also how to being an outer winner. So that was missing. So this is nothing but creating a fusion between the Western dynamism, that is being an outer winner, and also inner peace and tranquility and the creativity of our India and this Hinduism. I just wanted to tell you that this is like propagating the wide values to the entire world and creating a global presence. Because Adi Shankara, when he was a young boy, I still remember that, while I was just reading it, that he was so concerned that the values and principles of the Hinduism was depleted. In that moment of an inspiration, he took out his courage that the values and principles, again it should be re-established. And that's how I want to congratulate all our people all over the world who are contributing to propagate this wonderful values and principles to the world about our importance of our Hinduism to the world, and it's like a way of life. So friends, today that I have a special privilege to introduce to be a man, he doesn't need an introduction. And he is very well known everywhere. And this dynamic man, he's being awarded the highest award, that is Padma Vibhushan. And this man is a very interesting personality, and I want to tell you, he was born in the West, but he has the values and ethos of the East, and he knows so much, and he did so much of research, because I was being trained by Dr. Deepak Chopra, and he's been associated with my guru Deepak Chopra, and this man has done so much of research on Ayurveda. So friends, our government of India has bestowed him with the right honors to the right man. And this man is being called as Vamadeva Shastri. David is a Western-born teacher, a guru in the Vedic tradition, and this dynamic man is Dr. David Frawley. In India, Vamadeva is recognized as a Vedacharya. That means it's called as Vedic teacher. And includes in his unusual wide scope of studies, he studied very deeply about the Ayurveda. Just like, our Deepak Chopra, he is well known in America, and he is being known all over the world for his studies in the field of the Ayurveda, because even though he himself is a qualified doctor with so many degrees, he says that there are some beautiful hidden science behind this Ayurveda, and he started propagating, and is associated with this dynamic man, and he studied the yoga and the Vedanta, and he studied even the Vedic astrology, as well as the ancient Vedic teachings going back to the times of our oldest Rig Veda. He is being profoundly and fondly called by everyone as Vamadeva. He is the recipient of prestigious Padma Bhushan Award, one of the highest civilian awards granted by the government of India, for distinguished service of a higher order to the nation. And honoring this work is honoring the India and writings as a Vedic teacher, which he received in March 2015. In India, Vamadeva's translations and interpretations of the ancient Vedic teachings have been acclaimed in both spiritual and scholarly circles. He has worked extensively teaching, writing, lecturing, conducting research, and helping establish schools and associations related to the Vedic field over the last more than 3 decades. The way Swami Vivekananda came from India to Chicago to propagate the values and principles and the greatness of Hinduism, this man has transcended from US to the India, and he made his presence known. Philip Goldberg, in his popular book of American Veda, recognizes Vamadeva, that is Dr. David Frawley, as one of the main acharyas of Vedanta Yoga in the West today, as well as noting his influence in India as a Vedacharya. Dr. David Frawley, David is a Vedic teacher and translator trained in the various fields of yoga, Vedanta, Ayurveda, and Vedic astrology. And he is the author of more than 40 books published in 20 languages worldwide, serves as director of the American Institute of Vedic Studies. In 2015, he was the first Western Yoga Ayurveda teacher to receive, once again I want to say, Padma Bhushan Award from the hands of our President of India for the service to the nation of highest order. This man needs no introduction, but for the people who doesn't know, I want to introduce the greatness of this man, because I don't want to go on telling about this greatness of this wonderful human being. And you can Now you can listen to him speaking, and you can see him, and you can listen to him. He was recently granted even a special National Eminence Award by the South Indian Education Society of the country Shankaracharya Mutt. I want to tell you, he is a man like who says that symbolic representation of India, as it has been said by Adi Shankara, Yogaratova, Bhogaratova, Sagaratova, Sanghavita, Sad Brahmani Ramate Chittam, Nandati, Nandati, Nandati. That means whoever is in the state of yoga or is in the boga, that is enjoying the worldly life, and whoever has reached the center of his presence, that is being centered. Everything is Ramate, Ramate Shittam, that means everything is blissful and joyful. So this blissful, joyful, knowledgeable scholar who is the true representation of the wisdom of India in the Western body, this dynamic man, I have the great privilege to introduce you, is none other than Dr. David Frawley.
both for the good and we could even say for the bad. This is because education is, of course, now going virtual to a great extent. And even if you are attending classes, you are also doing a lot of virtual education. And at the same time, we're being exposed to a lot of electronic influences, media influences, and of course, a lot of distraction and entertainment. The very nature of education is changing for us in the sense that we are no longer learning in the traditional ways. We are learning through devices, computers, social media, personal media, and the rate of information is moving extremely fast. And this means that we are often overwhelmed by the information, and we're often confused by it, or at least distracted by it. So the question is, what is real education and what is needed for it? For any activity in life, you need a certain capacity. If you want to run, you need good legs. In athletics, you need certain skills. What do we need to learn? And to learn deeply, to think deeply, and to inquire, to question, not just simply to repeat, but to learn to understand what is happening in the world around us and also inside of ourselves. And for this, the answer is simple. We need a good power of attention. We have to be able to give our attention to a particular topic, whether it is a screen, whether it is someone speaking, whether it is a book, whether it is being out in nature, whether it is our own thoughts. And in this regard, the power of attention is a little bit like a muscle. It needs to be exercised to gain strength. We noticed this very clearly that when we were quite younger as children, we didn't have much power of attention. Our attention was kind of running all over the place, along with our senses, along with what was happening to us externally. In education, we gain a greater power of attention, but attention is a big issue today because our attention is distracted and it's moving so rapidly, we're not able to connect it. So there are many attention problems, attention deficit disorders, lack of attention, short attention spans, forgetfulness, distraction, inability to remember. And yet, the power of attention is something that we need to cultivate. And that is not just a matter of learning in the school or learning information, ideas, facts, and figures. It is being able to hold our awareness in a steady manner. Give our attention fully to something. Now, we can give our attention fully to something when we have interest in it. If it's a game we're interested in playing, if it's a news event that's important, if it's something with our friends, we give attention. And yet our attention span is very short. So the essence of Vedic and yogic learning is cultivating the power of attention. This is also called concentration or dharana in Sanskrit. It is the sixth of the 8 limbs of yoga. And it precedes dhyana as meditation. And of course, you'll ask the question, do I need to meditate? Do I need to concentrate in a yogic way? Not necessarily, but we do need a power of attention, and we need to develop it. Well, how do we do so? We do so through improving our memory and through holding a steady awareness through a class or for a certain period of time. Now, our attention is being pulled in many different ways, particularly when we go out and look at things. And in this regard, one of the best ways to cultivate power of attention is to simply go into the world of nature, look at the trees, the mountains, sky, clouds, stars, rivers, so many things. Just let your attention get absorbed in these and let it kind of draw in the prana, the life force of nature. Very important. Well, what about being at home? Obviously, study, you need to give attention to that. School, you need to give attention to that. But there are exercises, there are mantras in Sanskrit that help with that. There are giving attention to something that we really like and really want to follow. So attention is a key factor. Now, what is yoga? Yoga, in the fundamental sense, is meditation. It is controlling the mind with a higher power of attention and observation. The mind wanders all over the place. But if we learn to witness or observe the mind, then the mind comes back to a state of rest and focus. So attention, what are you most interested in life? Where does your attention naturally go? Entertainment is certainly there in many forms, but what does that contribute to your inner being? And here is something very fundamental that we need to learn. We need to learn that with attention we are drawing in energies, information, ideas, emotions, sensory impressions from the external world. And it's embedding itself in our subconscious mind, not only in our conscious mind. For example, when you go to sleep at night, your memories will come up of the main things that you were doing during the day. And that will then imprint your mind during dream and sleep, and even affect you when you get up in the morning. So we are taking in a kind of food for the mind through our power of attention, particularly through the senses, with the shapes, colors, sizes, forms, sounds, smells, all the different factors of the senses. And then also idea and emotional content. For example, if there's a conflict going on in our lives, anger, frustration, interchange with others, that enters into the subconscious mind and causes disturbance and distraction there as well. If we see something beautiful, see something wonderful, also has that positive or elevating effect. So in attention, you are taking energies in, and the question is, what kind of energies are you taking in? Are these energies disturbing? Are they nurturing? Are they inspiring? Are they elevating your consciousness? Or are they kind of moving us into areas of confusion, doubt, and turbulence? So yoga teaches us we need to be very carefully aware of where we give our attention. Sometimes I tell students something very simple. We let people into our minds who we would never let into our homes. So the question arises, if you wouldn't let somebody into your home, why would you let them into your mind? We see so much violence in the media. We see so much turbulence in the world, even the news. I'm not saying it's bad to be aware of those things, but we have to balance out the energies that we take in. In life, we also need to be, as we say, inspired, motivated, have positive role models, positive images, beauty in nature, and even wonder in science, and even literature, spirituality, so many things. So we need to be aware of what we are taking in. And this, of course, is most affected by our personal interactions. There was a study recently, and the study was about what most affects young people today, their parents and family, or their friends. And the answer was the influence of the friends was about 85%. The influence of the parents was about 15%. This is not something absolute, but it does show a general trend, and that is only natural, because in the teenage era, we connect with the prana, the emotions, the sensations, the movement of our friends. It's only natural. It is that particular phase of life. We as human beings are largely social or collective creatures. So our social identity is extremely important, and it's even more important today in the era of social media and this personal media communication. But what we must remember is that we also have an inner being, a self-awareness. You are not simply the product of society. You are the product of nature. You are a product of the divine. You are the product of the universal consciousness. As Vedanta teaches us, you have an inner being, a universal soul, a karmic being. You have had many lives in many worlds, in many different aspects of existence, human being one of them. So remember that you are more than this body. Body is a wonderful thing. Look at what you can do with your arms, your legs, your speech. Look at what the senses can teach us directly. Look at what we can bring in through the mind. Mind is also a wonderful aspect of learning. But you have a deeper consciousness and awareness that connects to the universe. And here, we must remember to connect to the prana, the life force in nature, the inspiration in people, because we live in a highly electrified world. Many of us are wired up all the time, something coming in through the eyes, the ears, participating in some certain activity. We are rarely alone. In fact, it's difficult for us to be alone, and it's rare that our minds are silent. But this is the interesting point for us to realize, is the power of attention grows when we are silent, particularly when we are silent within and receptive externally, observing, kind of like an interested witness or someone who wants to learn. There's so much to learn about life. Life has so many secrets, mysteries, wonders, and these things are going on in our own minds, not just simply externally. The wonders of waking, dream, deep sleep, the wonders of imagination, memory, reason, logic, language. Mind is a lot like a computer. It has so many of these types of functions going on, from calculation and word processing to much more original, creative, transformative, and even deeper insight and intuition. There is also knowledge that comes to us from the inside, and not from books, not from external stimulation, media sources, not from looking it up on the internet, but the aha moments of, yes, I know that. There is a deeper insight here. The universe is connected here. That we also have, and those powers come out more when we are attentive, when we give full attention to what we do. Now, this is a very interesting point, because at any given moment in time, there are many things going on. And one of the reasons the mind is so easily distracted is the mind has to consider a whole range of activity all the time. There are sensory impressions coming in all around us. There may be different people speaking, different media things going on, different news going on, different things to learn. So the mind is trying to process all of that. And in the process, it can easily get distracted and confused. So the key to attention in the mind is maintaining a detached awareness. Gently, openly, receptively observing rather than simply running after one thing or another. So this attitude of observation allows us to see many things that are going on. If you're observing in a situation in nature, you see many things. If you're observing in the big city down the street, different stores, you see many things. But if you maintain a detached awareness, you can process things. Attention can also be multi-directional. There are special teachers, Ashtavadanis, Shatavadanis, who can hold their attention at multiple sites at once. Ashtavadani, they test them. They have to be aware of 8 things at once. 7 different people are involved in 7 different tasks for them to observe. And the 8th person is trying to distract them and record all of that. So attention can be multitasking, but to be multitasking, it also has to be focused and directed all along as well. And that requires an art. And it requires, again, an exercise. Learn to exercise and hold your attention. The longer you can hold, you can meditate, repeating a mantra over and over again. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Ram Ram Ram. There's so many mantras that can be used. You can gaze at a ghee lamp or any other type of oil wick and merge into the flame. You can contemplate a great truth. All is one. For the entire universe dwells within me. There are so many things you can do. And of course, there is the usual work of maintaining attentiveness throughout the day or throughout your different activities. This is involved in the Vedic thought with cultivating what is called the buddhi, or the higher mind. Buddhi, or higher mind, is not simply intellect. It's not simply memory, concept, calculation, mathematics. It is the ability to discern, to see, understand what is fundamental, what is eternal, what is infinite, what is relevant to all, what is your true self beyond all these appearances. Your true self that was with you at birth, that will be with you at death, that is with you in waking, dream, and deep sleep. That is one in nature. Everything you see in nature is a different aspect or form of yourself, which is not just a human being, but is a universal being over all. So you are a wonderful creature. You are more than a creature. You are a manifestation of the entire universe, a microcosm, as they say. So it's very important to cultivate that power of attention, awareness, so that you can benefit from the whole. Learning in school, your own projects, learning in nature, going to the temple, practicing yoga, meditation, rituals, being aware at so many different levels. Keep your inner eye and inner ear open. Be receptive to the sounds of life, not just to the music of the senses or the machines. and have your inner eye open. Be always seeing not only the apparent, but what is hidden and what is behind the scenes overall, which is a deeper light of awareness. So these are very important factors in the learning process. Your power of attention, honor it, respect it, cultivate it, do not give it away easily. Only give your attention to something important, not the things that are trivial, transient, meaningless, distracted, or involved with conflict and disturbances of various types. Keep your attention in a focused, peaceful, contemplative, cool state of steady awareness, and you will learn from the whole of life. You will be a master of life, and all of life will be with you. These are Vedic secrets of the power of attention. So with these few words, I will end my short talk here. And I wish you the best in the learning process in the whole of life. And may you be aware of the entire universe within you. May you be aware of the Satchitananda being consciousness bliss. That is your true reality. Shri Rupyo Namaha. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Awesome.
So friends, there was some small technical glitch. As small, things start happening, that is technology. But we want to thank each one of you for being with us and being there, listening to this wonderful man. And it's so nice that that you are able to be there, and please be with us because of some small technical glitch. But it's but our some technical volunteers, they are all helping because here everybody is a volunteer, and that we are all working together to make things happen. So that we want to thank David Frawley for his wonderful, invigorating, enthusiastic, and a wonderful speech. So let's give them a big hand for addressing all of us, because it's a wonderful feeling for all of us to listen to this great man. So thank you for being with us. And now we are going for the second person. And that second person is very interesting man, because we are very, very proud of our heritage, and very, very proud of our Indians, because wherever they are going, whichever country they are going, these people are like beautiful roses emanating the smoke of the fragrance of the Hinduism everywhere, and they are able to prove their technically, and they're able to prove that all their progress in the world and in this theory of globalization, world has come from a global village, and in this global village that we are able to make our presence terms, including the Silicon Valley and contributing our services everywhere. So today, I have one more great opportunity to introduce to the fragments of Hinduism, the fragments of Indian, who has crossed the frontiers of our nation and doing there in a different country and making waves and contributing to the world economy. And this dynamic man he has done his economics and also he has done his PhD from London, and he's one of the creators of the graduate program of International Political Economy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. As you all know, that anybody studying the London School of Economics is very prestigious, and everybody says, oh, and that man is contributing his services to the political economy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. And not only that, he has taught for over 2 decades in this prestigious institution as director and lecturer in the Masters in Politics of the World Economy. Because, whether it's Amartya Sen or Gautam Sen, and all these people's contributions are incredible. So Dr. Sen was a totally advisor to the Prime Minister, our late Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee in India, and not only to India, and also to Sri Sheikh Bahadur Juba of Nepal. And he's contributing his services and he's contributing his knowledge for the development of the economy and also to bring up the economic progress to the world, and is empowering the students, empowering the country to create a big paradigm shift. He has also been a senior consultant with UNDPO and UNIDO. Dr. Sen was also an advisor to the Brunei Investment Corporation and also to the Barclays Capital. They're all one of the richest countries in the world, and they give his advice, his services for the development of their nation. And his services are incredible. So Dr. Sen has lectured to NATO officers in Brussels and high-ranking officers at the Royal College of Defence Studies in London. Because many prestigious organizations, they opt for Dr. Sen for his advice and his direction, and under his supervision, so many wonderful world economies are shaping up. So Dr. Sen has lectured at NATO offices in Brussels and is high-ranking officers at the Royal College of Defence Studies in London. He is a professor in many areas. Dr. Sen has published extensively. He is also the co-author of Analyzing the Global Political Economy and Princeton University 2009. He is currently co-authoring a book for the prestigious publishing house Simon Schuster, publishes on India's economic reforms, because now the world is looking forward that what actions India is taking to become from developing country to developed country, and this entire world eyes is on India, and these services are quite commendable for shaping the new power of India to the world. So let's have the great honor of listening to a very dynamic economics lecturer and economics professor, Dr. Gautam Sen, London. Let's listen to this dynamic time.
It's the 18th of March. I have the great honor and privilege of speaking to you all about a very important issue, which is what kind of role you all will play in the future to protect and preserve India and its civilization. You may feel it's a little bit early for you to be expected to fulfill this role, but let me tell you that the two greatest sages of Bharat in over 1,000 years were between 16 and 21 when they assumed the role of great sages and intellects and wielded the minds of the people of India. The divine Adi Shankaracharya was only 16 or 17 when he began his career as a phenomenal debater and exercised authority in India and traveled across the land. He was more our contemporary because he lived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, was already a formidably learned and thoughtful divinity by the time he was 21 years old. So I'm afraid this task is going to be upon you quite soon, and you need to prepare for it. The way you do it is to have a sense of your identity and your roots, your history, because a tree without deep roots is vulnerable. And you need to understand who you are. You perhaps know of the famous author Amish Tripathi, who has recently written a book on India's immortality. And what he argues is fascinating, and I hope you will have an opportunity to read the book. He says China and India are the only two ancient civilizations which have survived into the modern age. All the other older civilizations of Egypt, Babylonia, Greece, and Rome have perished. And the reason he gives is that people in these societies forgot the stories of their past, so there was nobody to retell and remember them. While Indians have continued to repeat these stories and to live them, to participate them in a living tradition. That is why it has survived. What is this tradition? Recent astronomical calculations from references in the texts of the Vedas suggest that the Vedas are at least 9,000 years old. And with it came the language in which they were articulated, which is Sanskrit. The Vedas were composed by the 7 great rishis, among them Atri, and they had an insight into the human condition which even today is unparalleled. Sanskrit is the mother of all languages, whether it is English or German. All the Indo-European languages trace their roots back to Sanskrit. It has the most perfect structure and logic of any language, and its grammar is unique. And of course, in about 500 BC, that was put in its current perfected form by the great grammarian Panini. This is the tradition to which you belong. This is the tradition that you have to carry forward, and we, the slightly old. But you may wonder, how is it that you can live this life with its roots in this great, great past? I'm afraid our tradition, which is actually the tradition of Sanatana Dharma, which we call Hinduism, not completely accurately by foreigners, is that there is no manual. It does not tell you what to do from day to day when you confront an issue or a problem. What it does tell you is to exercise judgment, to use your own mind. And so it is forever dynamic and adaptable. So I'm afraid you will not be able to go to a reference work or Google the answer. You will have to think for yourself. That's the bad news. The good news is there is no punishment for getting it wrong. Your errors, and try again. That is all that is required to continually improve on what you did before. That is the ethos. If there are any 3 very broad guidelines to help you on your way, these are also rather difficult, but you know, there is a need to be selfless. Very tall order. The other is to be courageous, to have the courage of your convictions. The third is humility. I'm afraid these are all rather difficult to attain, but you try to get closer to them. This is all that is required to connect with your past and to carry that forward into the future. These are very important philosophical issues, because if you think of 2 of the most important problems of the modern age, the future for not just you, but your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren, one is the question of the environment.
ఇది పెడదామా
వస్తున్నాను ఫిక్స్ చేస్తున్నా
World's greatest scientists and physicists have taken inspiration from a tradition and worldview which is very different from the Western tradition, which traces its roots to the Greeks. This is the tradition of Sanatana Dharma, the Vedas, and Indica. Some of these truly important scientists include Erwin Schrödinger, the Nobel laureate from 1933. He was a physicist. Niels Bohr, whose name many of you will be familiar with, and Nikola Tesla, whose name battery-driven car. In fact, it was Werner Heisenberg who said, recognition of relativity, interconnectedness, and impermanence as fundamental. And philosophical song existing in any known tongue. So I put it to you, this great tradition is a distinctive one, and it is for you to make sure that it does not perish due to indifference and inattention. And finally, one of the greatest dramatists of the United Kingdom, actually of Irish origin, Judge Bernard Shaw, says, complimenting Sanatana Dharma, that it is so elastic and subtle that the most profound Methodist, which means an Orthodox Christian, and the crudest idolater are equally at home in it. And the greatest writer of America, Mark Twain, says something quite remarkable, which I rather like. Only way to save oneself from any danger, loss or harm would be through Hinduism. And instructive materials in the history of man are all treasured up in India. This is why so many Western artists, from Angelina Jolie to Madonna to Will Smith to Richard Gere, have found their piece for you to find yours in it and to make sure it endures into the indefinite future as it has been doing. Thank you and best of luck in the time to come. So it was wonderful to listen to Dr. Gautam Singh. So let's give a big clap to that wonderful man who made India proud with his wisdom and also in his entire talk he was talking about Sanatana Dharma. The Sanatana Dharma of India was so profound that the Hindu Dharma is a Sanatana Dharma because in spite of so many invasions, it could never destroy the spirit of the Hinduism. Because as it was been said by Lord Krishna, he says, Uddharet Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. That means you have to lift yourself by yourself in enthusiasm. Never condemn yourself that you are useless, you are inferior to somebody, you are not good at it. But all the time, never condemn yourself. That is the reason, even in India, in spite of poverty, in spite of we have certain challenges, but you can see even the poorest of the poor also keeps smiling and is at peace with himself. And here everybody wants to contribute something for the betterment of the people, as he was talking about Sanatana Dharma, because the Sanatana Dharma of, that you would have seen the Chanakya Arthashastra, the Chanakya contribution to the economics is very, very profound. That's what, even Mr. Gautam Singh was talking about. So it's so heartening and we are so fortunate and we are so lucky, and I want to really admire and appreciate this entire team of our temple to get the best of the people, because all the youngsters in this global team conference are able to listen to this legacy and also the legend in their some particular field. And we want to thank that Dr. Gautam Singh for his profound wisdom. And friends, now I have the privilege to introduce another dynamic speaker. Because I'm very happy to tell you, I call him as a boy, even though now he is a grown-up boy, but I know him since he was a kid. And the parents are very well known to me. And this man is very, very enthusiastic. So, because enthusiasm makes the difference. Because you can have the enthusiasm is always very, very, infectious, because it's always good to be infected with enthusiasm, but not with coronavirus, right? So, because this enthusiasm makes a difference, and they are two brothers, and both are very enthusiastic, and they are always learners, because all leaders are learners, and as long as you are learning, you are growing. That is the reason these young boys from a very small beginning, now they have grown to an international figures, and their contributions in the field of memory is quite incredible. And their parents are very sweet, very humble, and they are the wonderful parents who have guided and encouraged their kids to be in this state today. So that credit goes to their parents, and also the enthusiasm of this young stage to make their presence feel in the field of memory development to the entire world. So friends, this man is a Canadian, and this young man is a Limca record holder for memory with over 25 years of experience. Even though I'm telling 25 years, he is not 25 years old, but he is 25 years young. Because this boy was so passionate about creating mastery over the memory, and now he has become like a memory wizard. He's an international speaker, he's a trainer, and often has delivered his workshops
and you can search his name even in YouTube, and you can find many videos coming. He's an expert on the how to strategize for focus and memory skills. Because mind is a multi-sensory, totally part of the successful movements of now called as stack. What it's called as a trained memory and untrained memory, right? Because any person can improve their memory because it's only a skill. Just by practicing it, you can master it, and it's not a magic. What is needed is a little practical guidance and coach to create mastery. That's what these dynamic young brothers they do. And and he's an author of How to Become a Top Student. Because we have the left brain and right brain. And left brain and right brain. Left brain is being controlled by right brain hemisphere, and right brain is being controlled by the left brain hemisphere, and both are being affected by corpus callosum, and corpus callosum has the nerve fibers. Once you are able to connect these two by using the left brain and as well as the right brain, then you are creating a mastery over it. And that's what a student is required, is to reproduce what they have learned. So that's what this memory technique teaches you, and they are the profound leaders in the field, and I'm very happy to be associated since their childhood. So he is an author of How to Become a Top Student, published from Malaysia, and Instant Memory Improvement, published from Singapore. He works with professionals and business owners to enhance their focus, memory skills, so that they can manage distractions. And you are lucky that you are going to see him live today. By applying these powerful strategies, his participants boost their personal productivity, which will help them in taking their business to the next level. His clientele include the major MNCs, government organizations, educational institutions, universities, and he also conducts his coaching for business owners, professionals, educators, and even the students preparing for competitive exams. It's because, as I said, it's only a trained memory and untrained memory. Any person can be trained in the memory skills, and that's what these young man is doing. And he worked with celebrities like many movie stars, politicians, defense personnel, and even the members of the royal family of Malaysia. And I'm very happy to tell you, this young boy, a Hindu boy from India, who is making waves around the world, he's none other than Rotarian Anand Kashi Butler, a Limca Records holder. So let's welcome with a big hand, and now you can listen to him live. And if you have any questions also, he can answer you. So all the best. And Anand, we are very eager to listen to you.
Thank you so much, Chris. And you guys know that thank you so much, Harold, Srinaka, Neha, Ashish. Thank you. Okay, I am humbled and honored to be here, and thank you, Radha Krishna ji, for introducing me. When you say I'm a boy, so I feel very excited and happy, and of course you have the right to say, because you know me when I was a kid, like he knows me from when I was 15 years old. All right, it's a great honor to be here. First of all, let me thank everybody, especially the organizing committee, and especially Manohar Garu, Radha Krishna Garu, for making this event possible for me. And it was a great learning opportunity for me to hear both speakers, and I'm humbled to share my thoughts also. So let's get going. And very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're in the world. So let's get ready. And if you're also excited like me, can you just put EX in the chat box so I know that you're also excited? Because, getting excited is the first thing to get learning going. All right, super. Thank you so much, everybody. So let's get going. And okay, that was the introduction. So I'll just skip that. So that's all you find on Google. Okay, that's the Limca Book of Records. And I want to start with this quote. This is very powerful. I love this quote. Now it says that, a bar of iron would cost $5. Made into horseshoes, it probably would be worth about $12. Made into needles, maybe $3,000. But if it is made into watches of springs, it's worth $300,000. Now it's all about what we make of us. And I'm sure we are not just a piece of iron, right? I believe we are all made of gold. So we're all, not iron, we are gold, right? So if you believe that you're gold, can you just put G in the chat box so I know that you also think that you're gold, right? Okay, super. Let's get going. And okay, that was a picture which was taken 25 years ago, so I thought I should share that. And that was where I did my first workshop when I was 17 and a half years old. So if you're wondering where is this guy hiding, so let me, that's me. I was a facilitator. I don't look like that. So that was the time Radhakrishna ji was referring to a boy. Okay, I'm no more a boy now. All right, cool. So these are the books and let's get going. And I just want to share something very important which has been discussed. So let's try to put together the pieces of the mind. So if you have seen Dr. Frawley talking about or Dr. Gautam Singh talking about, they were actually talking about focusing, paying attention to take yourself to the next level. So let's get going and understand how to focus, how to remember, and how to put that in real life application. So let's get going on that and try to put the puzzle together. All right. So first thing you got to change is you have to change your perceptions. If you want to improve yourself, if you want to take yourself to the next level, improve your attention, improve your memory, go to the next level in life, you've got to change the perception. Now that is what is stopping. Your perceptions are your reality. There is no such thing as an absolute truth. It is what you see. As you know, it was discussed like Hinduism is a way of life. There's no document, but it is left for, discovering. Like exactly the same thing. How you perceive is what becomes real for you. So, and the second thing you have to do is you have to take a different action. A lot of speakers say in different ways, if you keep doing the same thing, you get the same result. If you're doing something different, you get a different result. So that's so true. But is it just philosophy or is it real? Can really perception change? I bet my life to that. Perception will actually change your reality. So let me show a very small example. So what do you see here? Can you just type in the chat box whatever you see on the screen? There's a sketch of something. Can you just type in the chat box, what do you see there? Okay, see a frog there, superb. And when I ask this question in different groups, I have answers like, it looks like a chicken in the supermarket. Wow, what a way of looking at it. Who is right? A tornado, Srinivas, yeah. Okay, a river, amazing. So you see, what you see is only real for you. And there are people who said it's a rabbit, it's an old lady. I don't know, I was still trying to find the old lady from the last 5 years. Cannot find, I don't know whether she's there or gone, And people said it's like a horse. For God's sake, a horse? What if I say it's actually a picture of a horse? Can you believe that? Oh, turn it upside down. Wow, Suman. So let's try and see if we can find a horse. Oh, amazing. That's superb. Thanks, Suman. Okay, now you see, do you see the horse now? This is a horse. And it's exactly the same picture. Nothing has changed, trust me. Nothing changed. And what changed is how you started looking at yourself. And this is exactly what you got to do in life also, You want to go to the next level. And, it's all about, Hinduism, if you take it as a way of life, it always tells you, have a different look at yourself. You have to see yourself as, a particle of the God, and that is which will help. Yeah, Srivastava, thanks so much for that. Okay, let's move on. And so this is a frog and a small bit of change, and that's a horse. And this is what happens in life. Now, there are a lot of youngsters here. Now, can you just name, I assume that a lot of people are studying, so just put in the chat box which is your most boring subject. Economics, geography, Sanskrit grammar, Hindi language, chemistry. Don't be shy, just put what is your boring subject. Art is boring, I understand. All of them, all the above, that's a simple answer. English, okay, Spanish, social, Spanish, amazing, literature, history, maths. And some people say all of the above, great. Thank you so much. Now I just want to ask you one question. Is that the truth or your perception? That is the question to ask. Now let me tell you, maths is just there, social is just there, Kannada is just there, geography is just there. Now what is not working is, Rohit, it's not the truth. The truth is, it's just there. Now how you look at it? Now let's say if history is boring, why people are dedicating their life to history? If maths is boring, how people are doing a double PhD in maths? If economics was boring, how come Gautam Sen dedicated his life to economics, and even, last 20 years he has been teaching economics? It's not the subject. The subject is just there. Now what has to change is how you look at it has to change. Then everything will change for you. The same thing goes with the memory. Now how I'm going back to relate to this memory. There are people who come up and say, hey, you know what? I'm getting older. My memory is going down. Have you heard that saying? A lot of people are youngsters here, but have you heard people saying that? If yes, can you just put me in the chat box so I know that you have heard it? Okay, Ankur, thank you. Suman, okay. Now, why is this happening? You know what exactly is the story behind it? Now, I have a mentor whom I consider as a mentor, Jim Rohn. He always asks one interesting question. Who sold you that idea? Who sold you that idea that with age, memory goes down? Now, what exactly happens? Let's see the perception, how it changes the life. Now, let's say I'm getting older. I have this belief that with age, memory goes down. That's what I have been told. Absent-minded professor, forgetful grandfather, those are the examples and fun which we take, right? And that's what I believe. And I believe that, okay, with age, memory goes down. So because I'm old, I cannot remember. Because I cannot remember, I don't try. And because I don't try, I don't remember. And because I don't remember, I say, you see, age has played an impact. People very quickly say, it's because of my age, but they don't say, I have never tried. Now, they are not at fault. They are not at fault because, unfortunately, nowadays, when I say nowadays, for the last couple of centuries maybe, there is no formal training on learning, reading, remembering. People always say you focus, you concentrate, you have interest, you do this, you do that. How? God knows. And I can tell something shamelessly about myself. It may feel like laughing. You can put a LOL in the chat box if you laugh. If you feel like laughing, it's okay. But the truth, I tell you, and that is, it took me 19 long years to know how to brush my teeth. 19 years. When I had my teeth problem in the 19 years, when I was 19, I went to a doctor, and the doctor asked the first question, Anand, how do you brush your teeth? I said, doc, I'm 19 years, okay? He said, you're 19, you're 90, I don't care, answer the question. So I was like, okay, this guy I can't play around with him. So I said, doc, this is how I brush my teeth. And he said, stop. And he's actually brought out a dummy set of teeth and said, this is how you have to brush, and how you're brushing is damaging your teeth for the last 19 years. Fact. Now, why I'm saying this? Because a lot of us get stuck like that. We've never been taught, we just do some things. So let's try to understand. It's a deep science, but I thought I'll just give you some ideas. And the first thing which will work is basically, you have to understand what really works. So just give me 1 second. Let's see if I can stop annotating. Okay. Disable, done. Okay, super. Now whatever is left on the screen is left, no problem. Let's get going. And this is what exactly Dr. Frawley was talking about. We are living in an attention-seeking world. Everything is seeking your attention. Somebody makes a movement on the cam, somebody draws something, somebody switches on a cam, somebody switches off a cam, some fan is moving, the cat walks out, somebody is running around. Everything is seeking your attention. And your progress happens when you can stay put to what you're doing. And let's see what can be done. And Dr. Frawley was talking about, Dr. Gautam was talking about, focus, memory, these are the tools. So let's work on that. Let me give you some ideas on that, yeah? Okay, let's get into the basics. I want to ask you one question. Do you forget? Do you forget? Can you just put your answers? Do you forget? Okay, a lot of people saying yes, thank you so much. And a lot of people not responding, probably they forgot what I asked. That's what happens. A lot of people forget just like that. Okay, so let's move on and we'll come back to that question. Now, this is what I want to ask you. If you really think you forget, there's a task I want to give you and try to do this task. Try to forget something which you already know. Can you do that? Try to forget something which you already know. Exactly, it sounds like a joke. What are you talking? How can I forget something? Now, I want you to remember this conversation. That's very important. I want you to remember this conversation. Next time ever you tell yourself, I forgot, stop and ask, hey, how can I forget? So something else has happened. You have not forgotten. Something else has happened. That people consider as forgetting, which is not forgetting at all, okay? So let's move on and let's get going. And now your experiences, I'm saying that there is nothing like forgetting, but your experience is something totally different. Now what's your experience? Oh, you think, oh, my experience is different. Anant, you don't know what you're talking. You can't understand where I come from. I do understand. Why? I was just like you. I still am just like you. So I understand what you're talking, where you're coming from, and probably this is what you're saying. My mind went blank several times. I know this guy, I can't remember him. My mind went blank in the examination hall. And people say, see, oh, I forgot to pick up the dry cleaning. Oh my God, my memory is going down. Now that is what people say, right? And interestingly, the same people will also tell you that 3 days later, when they are not at all thinking about the person, the name will pop out. Ah, Venkat, how can I even forget him? And the people who said my mind went blank in the examination hall, they will tell you, just they get out of the examination hall, everything comes back, and the bonuses, what they didn't study also comes back sometimes. I mean, if that is what happened, can you just put me in the chat box? So I know that it has happened with everybody. It has happened 100 times to me. I was not knowing why it was happening. All right, super. So great. So I just want to talk about sun a bit. I'm not an expert on sun, but I know a couple of things about the sun. So just let me share some gyan about sun, two simple lines. Now, one I have read, which I know from very long time. My memory is good enough to remember that the sun rises in the east and sun sets in the west. If you remember this, which you have learned, can you just put sun in the chat box so I know that you have learned this and you remember this? Okay, doctor, thank you so much. Okay, super, you all remembered. Now let's have a reality check. Do you think that the sun is rising and setting? The sun is rising and setting? The sun is not rising nor setting, the sun is stationary. We are moving around the sun. We are moving, but see the level of human ego. We say the sun is moving around us, no better work for sun. Oh, really? That's what we experience. But all experiences need not be true. Now, what I want to tell you is that, when you have an experience, just ask, is it experience or reality? Forgetting is also an experience. If it was a reality, you would never get back the information. You would never get back the name. Yeah, exactly. Suman, that's right. Perfect. So, let's move on. And I want to tell you one thing, whether you know about yourself, you don't know about yourself, I know something about you, and that's very surprising for maybe a lot of people, and that is you have a great memory. You have a great memory. Is it okay that I prove it to you? If you want me to prove it, can you just put P in the chat box so I know that you want the proof? And let me show you, I'll give the proof. I will give the proof. In the next 30 seconds to 1 minute, you know how good is your memory. Okay, thank you so much. So here is the proof, and I'll tell you what's the missing link. The proof is this. Just go home and don't do it right now. You need a lot of energy. So maybe after your lunch or dinner or breakfast, wherever you are sitting, after your meal, take some A4 sheets of paper and write down what all you know in your lifetime. All the words you know, all the foods you have tasted, the recipes, the songs, the movies, the places you have visited, your friends, your classmates, your class teachers, the functions you have visited, the countries you have visited, the things you have done, the things you want to do, everything which you can remember, just keep writing. If you just keep on writing and complete that exercise, how long do you think you would require to complete that exercise? Rest of your life. Don't ever tell yourself and others that you don't have a great memory. You have an awesome memory. And if you say you don't have a great memory, it's actually an insult to the nature. Now, I believe something. Is it okay to tell a personal viewpoint? I don't know how many of you agree. I don't agree, but I want to tell you something personal viewpoint. Is it okay to tell you? Can I? Okay, super. No, first thing, I believe that everyone should either believe in God or believe in nature. At least one. Now, that's what the Hinduism and the way of life is also about that. Now, the first principle is there is God. That's what Hinduism says. So, I mean, we can think about that and say, okay, at least believe in God or believe in nature, right? If you believe at least one of them, which you should do according to me. If you don't believe in God, at least believe in nature, or at least that, okay? I believe in both, that's my personal call. But anyway, if you either believe in God or in nature, please understand neither the nature nor the God will ever create a substandard product. We are the best already. We are the best. If we have challenges, it is never because of the capacity, it is just because of the process, not because of the capacity. Have you ever heard, okay, just let me ask a question. How much percentage of the brain do you think people are using? I'm not saying you are using. I'm asking people are using. How much percentage do you think people are using? 10? Okay, I just want some numbers going up. Okay, 4%, 15%, 1%, less than 1%, 5%. Okay, super. Now, let's not contest. 50%, super. Let's not contest on that. But I'm sure all of you would agree, yeah, 0.1%, yeah, less than 20%. All of you would agree that we are not using 100%. So it is never a potential problem, it's a process challenge. So you have to get the process. So let's quickly go into it and let's discover what's the missing link. So here we go. The big mistake which people do. The big mistake which people do is that they think that memory is automatic. My dear friends, nothing in life is automatic. Memory is never automatic. They confuse actually. The biggest thing is people confuse that, it's like brain and we have got automatic mechanisms. For example, you have tummy, right? Stomach. It has got an automatic mechanism to trigger things. You eat palak, your stomach will do something. You eat samosa, it will do something. You eat fried rice, it triggers something. You eat a pizza or you even eat sand, your stomach will react. So it will do something. It's a trigger mechanism. But people think, oh, everything in the body works like that. Maybe everything in the body works like that, but we are not the body. We're much more higher, as Dr. Frawley was also talking about the mind. The mind will not react that way. You have to make it work with intention. And because of this small mistake, people think that everything is automatic. They don't try. If I remember, I remember. If I don't remember, it's God's will that I don't remember. What can I do? For me. And people think that memory is like weather. It's hot. I can't do anything. It's cold. It's raining. I can't do anything. We'll talk about it. Okay. All right. So basically, memory is not automatic. If it is not automatic, what should be done? Now, what should be done for doing is intention has to be activated. You have to have an intention. So let me very quickly ask something. Did you ever forget name of a person or forget to get, forget what you have learned in a classroom or a seminar? If you have ever forgotten something, just put me in the chat box so I quickly know what exactly is there. Yeah, super. Everybody, it happens with everybody. Now, why I want you to ask this is a deep question I want to ask you. And that is, when you met people, how many times did you ever tell yourself, I want to remember this person's name? When you're entering a seminar room, lecture, webinar, reading a book, when you're starting the activity, how many times have you told yourself, I want to remember what I am reading. I want to learn what I am listening. I want to contemplate what the speaker is saying. Exactly. Sanvi, exactly, Isha, that's what's happening in life. We don't intend. The moment you intend, you will see the magic. Now, why? The moment you have intended, the force, energy force, which Dr. Frawley was talking about, the prana, will actually come together to help you. If I think that, hey, I want to listen to Dr. Frawley. Now, when I have that intention, somebody calling me, I can say, hey, please hold on now. Some phone comes up, I can switch off. But if I don't make that intention, everything else in life is inviting. And that is what exactly happens with people who don't switch on the cam. I'm not blaming everybody. So this is how, I don't know why people don't switch on the cam. The moment you switch off the cam, you're telling your mind that what is happening is not important. And at the end of 2-3 hours, people say, oh, you know what? I sat down for 3 hours, but I don't remember anything. Maybe something wrong with my memory. No, nothing wrong with your memory. You never told that it is important for you. Why? Because once you switch on the cam, you're telling yourself eating my burger is more important, or setting up my hair is more important, or taking the WhatsApp call is more important than what I'm listening. Now that's a mindset. You got to change the mindset. All right. And that's the intention will build up. And then let's talk about what drives memory. There are two things which drive your memory. And if you can understand that, that will make a lot of good for you, because you have to know what drives your memory. The first thing is your intention is minimum. If you don't have intention, your memory will not even start. Intention is minimum. So we'll take it as it's there. And then 2 layers. One is necessity. The other one is interest. If you have necessity, somehow things will fall in place. If you have interest, somehow things will fall again in place. That's what both the speakers were talking about. Your memory is taken care by attention. Your memory will work when you have intention. So this is what happens. If you feel something is necessary, you will raise to remember. If you feel something is interested, you will remember that. Okay. Now you have seen this word forget, but I want you to see this in a different light. And I want you to see it like this: forget. Before you could forget something, you have to get it. Before you could forget something, you have to get it. A lot of people say, I forgot. Oh, really? Are you even qualified to forget? Now, people say, I forgot the name, but the question is, did you even get the name in the first instance? Don't believe me. Let me give you some instances. Now, before you could forget something, you have to get it. So let me share about this. Have you ever seen or been in this kind of a conversation where one speaker is talking, the other speaker is not interested? And there's a conversation going on. And you know what the best thing? After the conversation is over, people will go back and say, I don't remember what this lady is talking about. I don't remember what this guy was talking about. Did you even pay attention? Were you even there mentally? Physical presence doesn't guarantee anything. The mental presence, that's the higher self has to be there. Now that doesn't happen. And let me share something very critical which I learned long back in life, which has because of some impact. So especially when I was in standard 8. I don't know, how many of you know what is book cricket? If you know what is book cricket, can you just put book in the chat box? Book cricket. I'm sure most of you know what's a book cricket, huh? So when great. So maybe one day we'll have a tournament, we'll have a book cricket tournament. It will be fun to have. Many years I have not played book cricket for a while. Okay, anyways. So what used to happen was when my science teacher was taking my class, I remember now that me and my friend used to go to the last bench and play book cricket all the time. Never heard the science class. So every day I used to go back home and I say, hey, I don't remember what my science teacher told me. And then you know what? I didn't know that reason that time that I was not even listening to the teacher. And I was thinking, I'm not cut for science. So science is not my cup of tea. I've done my commerce because that was there in the back of the mind. I'm not cut for the science. And interestingly, I have forced my parents to put a science tuition because I can't understand science in school. And because I had tuition, that has qualified me not to pay attention. I don't know how many of you can, relate to this kind of games which the mind plays with you. All right, this is what exactly happens. Okay, let's go. And by doing that, what you're doing is by, not listening, by not taking notes, what exactly you're doing is you're actually cutting the branch which you're cutting. So I just want to share a small conversation which has happened last week. There's one guy who called me and says, Anand, I need your help seriously. I said, what's the problem? He says, my memory has gone for a toss. Can you please help me? He was very much, hyper. So I said, okay, first relax, tell me what happened. He said, because of the corona pandemic, there's a lot of free time. I have been attending a lot of webinars and seminars, but I don't remember anything. I spent so much time, so much money on the webinars. I don't remember anything. Something has to be done with my memory. I said, hey, hold on. How many times did you keep your camera on in the webinars? He said, no. Why should I? I said, why not? He said, see, very simple. When I'm listening to the thing, I just want to listen, okay? When I'm listening, I can do my homework. I can do my accounts, I can do my WhatsApp, I can eat my samosa, Now how to eat samosa when the speaker is talking? Not so good, right? So I can switch off the camera and do that. Now that's what he said. I said, that is it. You never were listening, you never were present. You're just there. And why I'm saying cutting your own branches? This guy, a few days later, comes back and says, there's something wrong with me. Nothing was wrong. He was never there at the instance. Or there are some people who say the speakers were so stupid, they never made any impact on life. Either you will blame the speaker or you will blame yourself. But you will never realize that you did not pay attention. That's what is happening. Okay, let's move on. Let me give you some keys, very quick keys on how to part. Now, a few things here. First thing is evidences. Please collect evidences which will not harm you. I always fascinated by the Hollywood movies. It says, when people get arrested, they say, you have a right to remain silent. Whatever you speak may be used against you. I'm sure you might have heard about that, right? So it's very interesting. But one thing I want to ask you, is your evidence hurting you? The answer is a big yes. Start collecting the right evidences. So when I ask people, what do you forget? I'm sure a lot of you can relate to what I'm saying. If you can relate later on, you can put relate or R in the chat box. People forget names, people forget appointments, people forget to pay bills, people forget to buy eggs, people forget to go for some appointment. A lot of things people forget, to switch off the geyser, to know whether the car is locked or not. People forget a lot of things, right? And they have evidence that, you see, I forgot so many things. My memory is down. Hold on, hold your guns. Now, first question you ask, is your memory working? How many times did your memory work? I can give you a quick clue. Every breathing movement, your memory was working. You don't even understand what does memory loss mean. I've seen people, those who suffer real medical memory loss, they put food in the mouth and they forgot to chew. They go to the washroom, come out, and they ask the help to say, okay, can you take me to the washroom? Why? Because I want to go to the washroom. Because they forgot. Now that's what is memory loss, medical. And what we forget, 5 things, 10 things, 15 things, and we start complaining, oh, my memory is dying, something wrong. That is because of your evidences. Start giving right evidences. See where your memory working. Did it ever happen to you that you drove 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, or 50 miles, 200 miles, and ever tell yourself, wow, my memory was so good, I could remember a 200-mile route? You will never give credit to it. When you go on stage and you remember 5 minutes of speech, you will never say, wow, I could remember a 5-minute speech. I talked to a person who was depressed, very well depressed. I asked her, what is the problem? She said, I got 3 marks less. I said, what did you get? She said, I got 97, 3 marks less. This is what I mean by wrong evidences. People always focus on what is missing. And I was hearing to an audiobook yesterday, and this guy was talking about you can actually get depression by seeing what you don't get. And the moment when you're depressed, your mind will not start working. That's what's happening with people. So start collecting evidences for what's working. So another few minutes, let's finish off this. The second one is activate your recall. Any memory problem is a recall problem. All memory problems are basically recall problem. There is no such thing as a memory problem. It's a recall problem. Now, how do you activate recall? Session recall. Now, what I mean by session recall is when something happens, you just try to recall what has happened. Day recall is do a small exercise. Dr. Frawley was talking about, you have to exercise. Now, one simple exercise which you can do is every day at the end of the day, spend a couple of minutes and ask yourself what has happened today. Try to play the day's video cassette. That will help you to recall, that will help you to pay attention. It's a massive exercise. And third thing which you can do is random recall. When you're having your cup of tea, just think yourself and say, okay, let me try to recollect all my 10th class batchmates. Let me try to recollect my India trip, whom all I met. Now, by this, what you're doing is you are doing a massive exercise of recall. You don't have a memory problem, you have a recall challenge. And the recall is a problem because we never do conscious recall. If I ask you one question, what have you done in the last 6 months which will qualify as a conscious recall activity? And when I ask this question, a lot of people ask, oh, do we have to do something like that? Of course you have to do something like that. Of course you have to do. But we don't do. Nobody need to be blamed because we are never told, no formal training. Okay, so the next one is reflect, do a reflection. And to stay on course, again, the Hinduism as a way of life can give you some simple ways of staying on course. So there are 4 questions which you have to ask yourself to stay on course in any part of your life, including your memory, your mind, your attention. What works is these 4 questions. If you can find the answers on a daily basis, you would be a better person than today. And I promise my life. Okay, I bet my life that you will be in the next level. Okay, here are a few questions. One is, what can I do more of? So have a goal in life. So if your goal is to get good marks, your goal is to earn $1 million, or whatever is the goal, ask yourself, what can I do more? The moment you ask this question, your mind will be used. You are applying the mind. Otherwise, the mind is mindless. It is doing every damn thing. Everything is getting your attention. The moment you give it a direction, these questions give a direction. What can I do more? The mind will say, okay, maybe I have to spend more time learning a new language. Maybe I have to do this. Maybe I have to contact them. So this is what happens. What can I do more? What can I do less? What can I do less? Or maybe less of Netflix, for God's sake, for my goal's sake. Maybe, I don't know. Now, what can I start doing something now? Maybe learning to speak a new language, whatever it works for you. Have a goal, have an agenda, and then ask these 4 questions that will surely make a better person. And what can I stop doing? 4 things which can help you to take yourself to the next level. So keep educating yourself. This is what Dr. Frawley has said. Keep educating. Life will never stop teaching you, because you've got to learn and do it with, you have to do it anyway. So just do it consciously. You will reap benefits throughout your life. And of course, meditate. When you meditate, you will be connecting to your higher self. As Dr. Frawley was mentioning about, as the way of life, the Hinduism talks about, you're not just the body, you're something beyond that. And meditation can connect with it. All right. And the last slide of the day, which I want to share, is this. I just want to ask you one question. Which direction is the train going? Is it going into the tunnel or outside the tunnel? In or out? Tricky question, yeah? Okay. I just want to answer this question and then conclude. This train is going in the direction you want it to go. If you say it's going in, going in. If you say going out, it's going out. You decide. But one thing you want to see is it's unlimited coaches. Now, just to compare that with the mind power, if you're not doing anything about your mind power, not taking responsibility, it will go down, and falling down, there are no limits. People don't remember their own telephone numbers. People use a calculator for calculating 17 times 21. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just making you aware. And tomorrow, if this goes on, maybe tomorrow meaning 10 years later, you can't even remember your own name. I don't know. That's where we are heading. No application of thought. And same time, if you can step up and say, I am responsible, and do something every day, like Dr. Frawley said, Dr. Gautam said, and like I am saying, you will be amazing yourself for improving. There is no limit as well. So with that, I say thank you very much and wish you all the best. And I would like to see everybody in the top. And thank you so much. Back to Radhakrishnan ji. Thank you, sir.
Let's give a big hand to Anand Kashi Batla for his excellent talk on memory. Because there is nothing called as a bad memory or a good memory. It's only trained memory and untrained memory. Just by training our mind, the people can, have that power of retention. Because mother of all skills is repetition. Because once you start repeating, so it gets ingrained and it gets grooved into our mindset. Because your energy goes where your focus goes. Because, many times people start telling, I have a bad memory. And because you said so, you start developing a bad memory. But once you say, that I have a good memory, and your subconscious mind believes, and you start having the good memory. That is the reason your energy goes where your focus goes. For example, our mind has no power. Our mind has no power to think in terms of words. Our brain, every word, that converts into a picture. And human brain thinks in terms of pictures and pictures alone. For example, I tell you, that don't think of a pink elephant. If you are thinking of a pink elephant, I will shoot you. Don't think of a pink elephant. But what is happening? The moment I say don't think of a pink elephant, you are thinking of only pink elephant. But does the pink elephant exist? No. That is the reason. The moment you say, I don't have a good memory, you start, losing your memory. That is the reason, as our, the way our Anand said, one of the most important thing is, it's nothing but training your memory, and it's all your recalling ability. Because the people after 60, 65, they start losing the memory, they say. It's not, losing the memory, you stop recalling your memory. That is the reason, a simple thing, you should start writing a diary from morning to evening what I have done. If nothing else, then there is something called as a lifting technique, mnemonics, all this you can learn and you can get connected to Anand. He's a wonderful man and he will be able to train you, because one of the most important things is our brain remembers what it needs, and also other information it starts deleting. So be positive, be enthusiastic, be energetic, and have the confidence and start giving an auto-suggestion and keep telling to yourself that I have an excellent memory, and you start developing the excellent memory. So thank you so much, Anand Kashi Bhatla, for your enlightening, engrossing, enthusiastic, energetic, scientific information on memory and how to develop it. It was quite wonderful, and we are all so thankful for your presence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You are lucky to listen to him. God bless you with an excellent health. Let wonderful things shall happen, and have the passion to continue to serve the community to make a qualitative difference. So friends, because I really appreciate this Youth Empowerment Committee of our temple, because the biggest room in this world is the room for personal development. So we have so many innate abilities and capabilities. The world has taken the inspiration from the Hinduism, including the Albert Einstein. He says one of the greatest contributions for his intellect is, going through and reading about our scriptures, and he got the inspiration. So in the similar way, we all have a lot of energies, and it's all about how the people explore it and make it a very, very powerful to you. Because then there was one real story goes that in Thailand, I remember once I went to the Thailand in Bangkok, I've seen a golden temple. And in the golden temple, that one is made up of the Buddha, golden Buddha, which weighs more than 10 tons and which is there in the Guinness Book of World Records. And the story is very interesting. What happened, one day, they had to move that golden Buddha to a different place. And it was made up of Buddha, because that was all made up of the mud. And as they were carrying, suddenly there was a thunder and storms, and the water starts falling on this mud Buddha. And those priests who were carrying it, those people surprised that because of the lightning, they could see the sparkle of gold. They thought it might be a mystical experience. But it was not a mystical experience. As the water fell, that mud peeled off, and from inside they found there was the biggest golden Buddha, which is in the Guinness Book of World Records. What happened almost 500 years back, when there was a threat of stealing this golden Buddha, the priests wanted to protect it from the invaders. That's how they covered it with the mud. And those monks, they have just, passed away into the history. Nobody knew for 450 years what they were praying was a golden Buddha, but it was covered with the mud. So this wonderful organization of the youth committee and also this Livermore temple, what they're doing is they're empowering the youngsters. They're empowering the youth. But they are the future of the world, they are the future of India, and they are the torch bearers to spread the message of the values, principles, technology, science, and also the culture and importance of contribution to the world about our greatness of India and Hinduism. And all this kind of program is nothing but peeling of the mud, because inside everybody is golden and precious. Once that goes off, what you see is pure 24-karat gold, and we are all pure gold, and that's what, that this wonderful organization, which is unity in diversity, which is creating, is the Shiva Vishnu Temple, and their organization and youth committee with selfless contribution. Each and every person, it's awesome to see them, the way they work, the way they are propagating, the way they take the interest, the way they are making the values and principles and contributions of India to the world. This amazing project and their contribution is very valuable. The way it was being said, like Udata Bhakti, the Udata Bhakti is nothing but, the way the Rama touched the king, and there was the three lights happened on the rabbit. It's like a beautiful contribution, because every movie, it will have an interval, a recreation time, to have some popcorn, to have some food. So that's how we are going to have 10 minutes break, because you are sitting down since morning, relentlessly, listening passionately. So you need some break. So after 10 minutes, the most interesting part of this section is all the youth who participated vehemently with passion and with commitment, with involvement, the way they have presented the videos. We have selected the first prize, second prize, and third prizes. And you might be one of the winners. So wait for the show. So now we are going to, after 10 minutes, again we are going to assemble. You can have some food and recreate yourself. Come back. We are waiting for you, so that that you can listen to the winners of this contest. So we are waiting for you. So wait for 10-minute break and please come back.
Namaskaram. My name is Karunakar Gulukota. I am the president of Shiva Vishnu Temple this year. Somewhere in the beginning of this year, we have started a committee to execute upon Kumbhabhishekam for the temple, which happens once every 12 years. And this event is happening next year in July 6th to 10th, 2022. I invite you all to participate in this event. Help us out, both in terms of the committee participation and also take up some of the amazing projects that we have that sanctifies the entire temple every 12 years. The sanctification of the temple, getting into the Garbhagudi, renovating and improving upon the Garbhagudi of the temple, this is the only opportunity once in 12 years we get. So please help us, please participate in this, choose the nice project that you really want to contribute towards. We have identified an enormous number of projects. Please work with our committee, choose a project that you would like to really contribute towards, and make this program a real success. Our committee members would reach out to you. You can also talk to them and make this program a success.
Namaste. Happy New Year to all the devotees. I am Ramana Adusumelli, Chairman, Shiva Vishnu Temple, Livermore. Our committee for the Mahakumbhabhishekam that's scheduled for July 2022 have described the significance of the Mahakumbhabhishekam and the scale of the event. As you know, it takes so much of effort, financial resources, and volunteering to be able to execute and pull off an event like this. This event happens every 12 years, and there is so much of significance for this event. This is your temple, and let's take this temple to our future generations. To be able to execute an event like this, we need help from everyone in the community. The help can be your generous donations, volunteering, and any other way you can help. Please come forward as a community. Let's do this together. Thank you.
నమస్కారం అందరికీ డివోటీస్ అందరికీ మీ అందరికీ ఆంగ్ల నూతన వర్ష శుభాకాంక్షలు. శివా విష్ణు టెంపుల్ లివర్మోర్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో జూలై 6 నుంచి 10 వరకు 2022 సంవత్సరంలో మహాకుంభాభిషేకం సంకల్పించాము. దాని గురించి మీ అందరూ భక్తులందరూ ముందుకొచ్చి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా జరిపించాలని కోరుతున్నాం. ఈ కుంభాభిషేకం సందర్భంగా ఈ టెంపుల్లో 12 ఏళ్ళకు ఒకసారి చేస్తాం కుంభాభిషేకము. ఈ టెంపుల్లో ఏమైనా చిన్న చిన్న రిపేర్స్ ఉన్నా, గర్భగుడిలో ఏమైనా చిన్న రిపేర్స్ ఉన్నా మనం ఏది మధ్యలో చేయడానికి వీల్లేదు. మళ్ళీ కుంభాభిషేకం సంవత్సరం వరకు ఆగాలి. సో ఈ విధంగా చూస్తే ఈ 12 ఏళ్ల తర్వాత, అంటే 2010లో జరిగింది కుంభాభిషేకం, మళ్ళీ 2022లో జూలై 10 నాడు చేస్తున్నాం. సో అందరూ భక్తులందరూ ఈ కుంభాభిషేకం డేట్ 10వ తారీఖు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. అందరూ మీ క్యాలెండర్స్లో మీ స్నేహితులకి అందరికీ చెప్పి అందరినీ ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో అందరూ వచ్చేలా చూడండి. అంతేకాకుండా ఇది మన టెంపుల్, మన భావితరాలకి ఈ గుడి ఒక మూల స్తంభం లాంటిది. సో మీరందరూ ఈ కుంభాభిషేకంలో పాల్గొని వేద మంత్రాలతో చదివే ఆ ప్రోక్షణని కళ్ళారా తిలకించి దైవ భాగ్యాన్ని పొందాలని కోరుతూ మీ అందరికీ మరలా నూతన సంవత్సర శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేస్తూ నమస్కారం.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम श्रीनी मली रेड्डी है। मैं शिव विष्णु टेम्पल का लॉन्ग टाइम डिवोटी हूँ और वॉलंटियर भी हूँ और महाकुंभाभिषेकम कमेटी का मेंबर भी हूँ मैं। हम मंदिर की तरफ से आप सबको नया वर्ष के बारे में बधाई है। ग्रीटिंग्स टू यू ऑल एंड हैप्पी न्यू ईयर। हम आज एक बात करना चाहते हैं आपके साथ। एक जो छोटी सी समाचार है हमारे पास कि हमने एक महाकुंभाभिषेकम इवेंट प्लानिंग का शुरू कर दिया है और महाकुंभाभिषेकम इवेंट जुलाई 6 to जुलाई 10, 2022 में होने वाला है, अगले साल में होने वाला है। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 18 मंथ्स का टाइम है अभी। ये महाकुंभाभिषेकम बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट इवेंट है अपना टेम्पल का धार्मिक कार्यों में से। ये कार्य एवरी 12 ईयर्स होता है, 12 साल में होता है। लास्ट 2010 में हुआ था, फिर से हमने 2022 में अभी बना रहे हैं। ये टाइम में समय में हम लोग टेम्पल का पूरा रिपेयर्स और रेनोवेशंस भी करने वाले हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा काम है टेम्पल के लिए। हम लोग इंडिया से शिल्पी को लेके आते हैं, उनके साथ 18 महीने के काम करने वाले हैं। वो काम हमने अभी शुरू कर दिया है और ये डेट्स भी हमने पक्की कर दिए है। फिर से वो डेट्स क्या कि जुलाई 6 to जुलाई 10, 2022 में है। आप सब मिलके हमारे साथ काम करिए और ये इवेंट को हमने बहुत सक्सेसफुल करना है। और हैप्पी न्यू ईयर वन मोर टाइम। और हम टेम्पल की तरफ से बधाई है। मैंने हमारी कमेटी मेंबर्स को सबको बुलाऊंगा यहाँ पर आने के लिए। एक बार आइए सब, ऑल द कमेटी मेंबर्स, एंड वी वुड लाइक टू विश ऑल ऑफ यू a happy new year. Raj, come here. We are 5 people committee. I have Krishna Chandra here to the left. This is Raj Kauligi and this is Sainath Kala.
Global Teams Conference, who all have won, that you're all looking very, very eagerly. And I want to really congratulate the Shiva Vishnu Temple of this Livermore, because as Swami Vivekananda says, give me 100 committed people. Give me 100 committed people, that is, give me 100 committed youth and I will change this entire world. So now this organization is developing the committed youth for this Livermore temple, and they're so committed, so passionate, and their contributions is really incredible. And I'm very, very interesting and very excited to introduce to you young, handsome, energetic boy. And this team is interested in space and is interested, in propagating, and is any time, any work which is needed for the temple is ordered that you can count on his presence. He's very passionate in serving this temple activities. And today he is going to announce the third prizes. This dynamic, young, handsome, well-dressed man is none other than Shankara Kala, Mr. Sean Kala. Let's give them a big hand.
Namaskar, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon for everyone that joined. So, thank you for joining the first ever Global Hindu Teams Conference conducted by Hindu Cultural Community Center, Sivavishnu Temple, Numerals. We saw many phenomenal works submitted by everyone. And now I'm going to call up Manikanta, a very long-time volunteer at HCCC, and he's going to announce a few of the third place winners.
Namaskaram everyone, my name is Manikanta, and now let's move on to the third place winners. To start off, I would like to congratulate everybody for their hard work, time, and dedication that they put into these videos, and just want to let you guys know we looked at them very carefully and really appreciate and admire your work. To begin with the third place prizes, first off, drum roll please, we have Gangadhar Kataganda from San Ramon, California, USA. Next, we have Kumar Murthy from Bangalore. We have Sukala Vladi from North Pennsylvania, USA. Next, we have Anuj Kurela from Katy, Texas, USA. Next, we have Vishwa Narayan Swami from Sierra Florence, Quebec, Canada. Next, we have Ashita Mahamadi from Nassau House, California, USA. Next, we have Shri Leah Dairy from Fremont, California, USA. Next, we have Aisha Jovan from Kampala, Uganda. Next, we have Bhavya Mekhe from Fremont, California, USA. Next, we have Kapil Mumsikar from Santa Monica, California, USA. Next, we have Rajala from Fremont, California. Next, we have Anjali Boba from Hillsborough, California, USA. Next, we have Leta from California, USA. Ayush Tekireti from Fremont, California, USA. Next, we have Ashish from Fremont, California, USA. Next, we have Mahir Al-Sudi from San Ramon, California, USA. Next up, we have Sibatsa Allah from North Wales, Pennsylvania, England. Now, I would like to pass on the mic and announce the next presentation of my presentation. Our next presentation is Ananya Narayana Swami from Pierrefonds, Quebec, Canada. Next, we have Subhojit Naskar from Bangalore, India. And we have Agastya Gutku from Livermore, California,
USA. Next is Tanushree Biswa from Colombo, Western Province, Sri Lanka. Next is Nandini Martha from Kendall Park, New Jersey, USA. Rita Kenda from Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Next have Nupama Prabhakar from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Anish Aritin London from London. Next is Kola Mandeshwari from Hyderabad, Telangana, India. We are eating USA. USA. Hyderabad.
Just a correction, Arnaberto is from Newark, California, USA.
Newark, sorry, is from Arnaberto from Newark, California, USA. Next is Chitralekha from Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Third place winner is Nehal Bajaj from Somerset, New Jersey, USA. A round of applause for everyone that walked there. And even if you do a good job on the work, congratulations. Second and first place.
So friends, you might be very excited because the participation of the youth is incredible. Because participation is more important than winning, and all the people who all have participated. So we want to thank you and keep participating and keep contributing all your ideas to this world about this greatness of ancient India. And now you will be interested to know the other prizes. Now, the strength of this youth empowerment is our own youth here. They are so simple, so humble, and they are downtrodden. And these people are totally, so much, their passion, their commitment, their involvement, and activities for the contribution to our temple services is incredible. So here is one young girl, very charming girl, all the time smiling, well-dressed, simple, humble, all the time you can see her smiling, and she's interested in psychology. And that's how she graduated from the psychology, and she's going to contribute her services to make this world a happy place. So this dynamic, young, energetic, beautiful, charming, and smiling young girl is none other than Prajna Tantravahi. So please come over. Let's give her a big
it is my pleasure to announce the second place winners. And before I announce the winners, I'll take someone for interesting or for fun. And the only way I know how to make these fun is to quiz. So if you could indulge us and hopefully participate, it'd be great. Hopefully they should be closer questions.
First.
Lunch. Yeah. Yeah.
Which one? Is it one right? Are you able to see the question here? Are you able to see the question in this one? Oh, it's not clear? You want to take this closer, I think? Yeah, you can take it closer. You can just... You don't need to. Only మీరు ఇప్పుడు మనం క్లోజ్ చేయాలి క్లోజ్ చేసి అనలిటిక్స్ పెట్టాలి ఇప్పుడు ఈ వీడియోస్ రెడీ చేసుకున్నాం ఫస్ట్ ఏది వెంకట్ ఫస్ట్ వీడియో సెకండ్
Even calling? Can you end?
and push.
Share results. Deepak. Yeah, move the question to the side. Launch it. Cancel this one.
The results just.
Share results.
Yeah. See now, can you see the results there?
Share results are not yeah.
What are you doing?
Thank you so much for answering, guys.
Hey, close it. Close it. Hey, button better, man. She can announce the first result.
Yeah. So the first second place winner is Anand from Central Virginia, USA.
My name is Mangal. I'm at the Central Virginia in the United States, and today I'm going to talk about Brahmagupta. Throughout history, Hindu and Indian scientists in general have contributed greatly to our understanding of various scientific fields. Is fair? I live in Central Virginia in the United States, and today I'm going to talk about Brahmagupta. Throughout history, Hindu and Indian scientists in general have contributed greatly to our current understanding of various scientific fields. These figures created a foundation that future researchers in the Western and Eastern world were able to build upon. One such example is astronomer and mathematician Brahmagupta. Brahmagupta was born in 598 CE. He lived his life in Bilamala Gurjara Desa, located in modern-day Rajasthan. He was a Shaivite, which is a Hindu denomination that worships Shiva as the supreme being. His hometown of Bilamala was a center of astronomy and mathematics at the time. He first became an astronomer of the Brahmagupta school, a major school of Indian astronomy. He He wrote a revised version of the traditional astronomical text of the Brahmapaksha school called the Brahmasputa Siddhanta. Brahmagupta's main contribution to astronomy was the calculation of the position of celestial bodies over time, as well as when these bodies would rise and set in the night sky. He was able to calculate conjunctions, which is when two astronomical objects have the same right ascension, or events like solar and lunar eclipses. In this text, he provided evidence that the moon was not further from the sun. His evidence for this was twofold. For one, if the moon was further, face of the moon would exist because the side facing the earth would always be bright. Also, the brightness of the moon increased in the direction of the sun and can be calculated using the position of the sun and the moon. The Brahmasputa Siddhanta contained more than just astronomy, however. It also contained valuable insights about mathematics. For example, in this text, he introduced the concept of zero and negative numbers. Before this time, zero was used mainly as a placeholder number or as an empty quantity. Because mathematics only thought of numbers in a counting context, expressions like 3 minus 4 had no meaning. Brahmagupta instead thought of numbers in an abstract way, which allowed him to describe zero and negative numbers. He went on to describe the output of mathematical operations using zero. For example, he said that 1 times 0 is 0, 1 minus 1 is 0, and other expressions like this. However, he had a complete understanding of division by 0 because he stated that anything divided by 0 would be 0 when, in fact, it's undefined. Brahmagupta also had contributions to the field of geometry, where his most famous idea was that of cyclic quadrilaterals. A cyclic quadrilateral is a quadrilateral whose vertices all lie on a single circle. The circle itself is called the circumcircle, and all the points are called concyclic. Brahmagupta created a formula to find the area of a cyclic quadrilateral, which was the square root of the product of the differences of each side and half the perimeter. He also contributed to the field of algebra, where he gave the solution to solve a linear equation. He called the constants rupas, and said the rupas had to be subtracted onto one side and then divided out. Later, in Brahmasputa Siddhanta, he described two solutions for the quadratic equation. He also had contributions to concepts like arithmetic operations with the Hindu Arabic number system, and a formula to generate Pythagorean triples. Brahmagupta later wrote another text about astronomy called the Kanda Kadyaka, which is more practical than the Brahmasputa Siddhanta, which was more of a theoretical text. Here, he further developed the ideas he introduced in Brahmasputa Siddhanta, and in this treatise, in Kanda Kadyaka, he covered the diurnal rotation, or the rotation of objects around the Earth, the longitudes of planets, the solar and lunar eclipses, and the moon's conjunction with other planets, and which is when they coincide in the night sky. After his death in 668 CE, his hometown was taken over by the Arab Caliphate. Here, the Arabs adopted the decimal number system used in Brahmasputa Siddhanta and the arithmetic operations he espoused, and through the Arab Empire, they were spread throughout the world. Many of his mathematical and astronomical ideas were rewritten into Arabic and Latin texts, keeping his ideas in circulation for hundreds of years. Brahmagupta had an undeniable impact on both astronomy and mathematics, as he laid the groundwork for future researchers to build on. Thank you.
All right, congrats, guys. Looks like you really know your stuff. The correct answer was D. Good job. So the next winner is Pranil Pantula from Cupertino, California, USA, on his topic, India's contribution to numeral system and zero. And a little video by him.
Hi, my name is Pranil Pantula, and I'm from Cupertino, California, United States. Today, I'm going to be talking about the development of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system and zero, some of the most important inventions in mathematics. Ancient Hindu societies' contributions to mathematics are often overlooked in the face of the achievement made by foreign mathematicians like the Greeks, Romans, Arabs, or Europeans. Contrary to popular belief, Hindu scholars found many of the basic mathematical principles that allowed scholars from other regions and future scholars to develop their widely known contributions to the field. These ideas allowed the extensive development and innovation that has led to the formation of today's society. The crux of modern mathematics is the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, developed by Hindu mathematicians between 6th and 7th century BC. This system is called a positional notation system, in which the same set of symbols depicts different values based on the position of a digit in a sequence of digits. The development of this system made it very easy to write larger numbers instead of continuously inventing new symbols for these numbers, as many other ancient civilizations did. While other civilizations did have a form of a positional notation system, rapidly perfected this system to a new concept, zero. A Sanskrit scholar, Acharya Pingala, first referred to zero as a placeholder with sunya, meaning void or nothingness. Sunya first appeared in the manuscript Loka Vibhaga, published in 358 AD. The first appearance of the symbol for zero was in the Bhaskara manuscript, one of the oldest Hindu mathematical documents known to mankind. However, in the 5th century AD, Hindu mathematician Aryabhatta brought a new understanding of zero. Many counting systems only use zero as a placeholder, but Aryabhatta developed the idea of zero as a digit with unique properties and its own identity. He wrote about an improved positional notation system with zero in his treatise Aryabhatya. This symbol's inclusion in a positional notation system allowed mathematicians to perform operations with extremely large numbers. Although Aryabhatta did come up with the concept, he did not develop a symbol to represent it and referred to zero in his treatise as ka. Aryabhatta used the improved numerical system to perform calculations on cubic and square root, which would have not been possible if not for zero. The development is regarded as one of the greatest inventions in mathematics, but the rules for zero that are used today were developed nearly 2 centuries later by Brahmagupta. In the document Brahmagupta Siddhanta, written in 628 AD, the mathematician defined zero as a number subtracted from itself. He also stated that a number to which zero is added or subtracted does not change. In the 9th century AD, Mahavira wrote about multiplication and division with zero, but he incorrectly stated that a number divided by zero does not change. But in the 12th century AD, Bhaskara II introduced the idea that a number divided by zero leads to infinity. Around 773 AD, Arabian mathematician Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi showed the effectiveness of zero and the Hindu-Arabic numeral system for solving algebraic equations. These concepts were introduced to the rest of the world through Arab traders. And around the 1100s, they were introduced to Europe and played a prominent role in the invention of calculus. Mathematics has always been a crucial part of the advancements in society. It has led us to numerous advanced technological and scientific developments that shaped modern human history. And without the invention of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system and zero, society would not have developed the way it did. The Hindu discoveries in mathematics opened new doors to how the world is seen and interpreted today. Thank you.
And great job. Before I
Questions are solving a lot of problems.
All right, the results are in. You guys were close. The correct answer was C, or was Draupadi, but you guys were close. Thank you so much. So next I'm gonna announce the next winner, and the next winner is Tanya Hegde from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, and his topic is Brahmagupta Aryabhata, the geniuses of mathematics. And let's watch his presentation.
Hello, my name is Shankara. I come from the country of Canada. I live in the city of Mississauga, which is located in the province of Ontario. Today, I will be talking about geniuses of mathematics to the Hindu society. So what is a genius? A genius is defined as a person with exceptional skill and talent. Skill and talent like no other. Two geniuses that come into the mind when we talk about the fields of mathematics are Brahmagupta and Aryabhata. So let's start off with Brahmagupta. Brahmagupta is known as a legendary sage in mathematics. He was born in 598 AD in a place called Binmal, which is the northwestern part of Rajasthan, India. In the span of his 70 years, he created abundances of revolutionary contributions to not only the Hindu society, but the entire world. He very well created the foundation of numerical and arithmetical math as we know it. Brahmagupta is most known for his renowned invention and creation of the number zero. Today, we can understand why this was such a big deal. Brahmagupta gave rules to compute with the number zero. These rules are what we commonly use in mathematics today.
1 plus 0 equals 1, 1 minus 0 equals 1, and 1 times 0 equals 0. Because of this creation, he was known as the man who invented nothing. Brahmagupta also helped further the subject of decimals, which are now used in measurement and money. In addition to his numerical achievements, he also helped in the subject of geometry. Back in Brahmagupta's day, geometry was more of an enigmatic subject, and not many people knew about it. Brahmagupta, however, was an exception to this rule. He created a theorem about the cyclic quadrilaterals. His theorem states that if a cyclic quadrilateral is orthodiagonal, then the perpendicular to a side from the point of intersection of the diagonals always bisects the opposite side. In addition to his geometric contributions, he also helped to calculate the value of pi, a daunting task which even Babylonian mathematicians failed in. He also identified gravity as an attractive force. As for his contributions to Hindu society, his most obvious one will be how he glorified Indian mathematics for centuries to come. Brahmagupta's sacred scripture, the Brahmasputa Siddhanta, which is written in the glorified language of Sanskrit, talks about loopholes in his rival's theories, as well as his own mathematical and astronomical contributions. This book helped died in 665 AD. After his death, Bhaskara, a contemporary of Brahmagupta, decided to honor his fellow mathematician by calling him the gem of the circle of mathematics, also called the Ganita Chakra Chudamani. Up next, we have another scholar, Aryabhatta. Now, Aryabhatta was born in 476 AD in a place called Pataliputra. Pataliputra is also known as modern-day Patna, Bihar. Aryabhatta is one of the few mathematicians in history that actually can compare with Brahmagupta. Although the two are often debated and compared against, there is no doubt that Aryabhatta researched a more variety of topics than the two of them. Now, a lot of what we know about astronomy comes from this genius of a Brahmin. His most famous work is calculating that planets and the moon correctly shine through reflected sunlight. He also figured out that the motion of stars is due to Earth's rotation. On top of that, he gave the distance of each of the planets, the position of each of the planets, and even a measure of their orbits using a model he had created. In addition to that, he also helped a lot when it came to lunar and solar eclipses. He described the cosmology of fellow mathematicians and proved that lunar eclipses and solar eclipses cast by and fall onto the Earth. Aryabhatta also helped further quadratic equations in the numerical subject. Now, quadratic equations are used a lot today to explain linear functions. Well, Aryabhatta was renowned for solving single-line quadratic equations, as well as furthering the subject for today. In addition to his numerical achievements, he was quite a spiritual person as well, and put all of his willpower into praying and meditating in order to balance his mind while he was doing his academics. The current Hindu calendar, also called the Panchak, is set with the calculations he made those many centuries ago. Aryabhatta's clear variety of subject and discoveries makes him who he is today, and makes him also quite a talented Brahmin. Aryabhatta died in 550 AD. Although the year of his death date is finalized, researchers don't know exactly where he died. Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta are two geniuses that strikingly define mathematics today. A lot of what we know about mathematics and astronomy comes from these two geniuses of Brahmins. Hopefully, their personal achievements help motivate you to make your own achievements in life. You may never get to the level of these two, but creating a base is the best way to get ahead. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Some sources that I used in my presentation are study.com as well as Britannica.com.
Congrats, Kanye, and great job on your presentation. So before I move on to the next winner, you guys have been so good with quizzes. I have one more. All right. there you guys go. Who is the paternal aunt of Krishna? Krishna వాళ్ళ అమ్మ ఎవరమ్మా? Her presentation was on Hindu society's contribution to GPS satellites. If we could have her video.
Hello, my name is Soumya Venkatesh, and today I will be talking about the contributions by the ancient Hindus to the global positioning system. First, imagine that you're going on a road trip with your family and you're driving through a desert. It's getting late at night and you can't see any known landmarks nearby, any light or water, any people. What would you do? You would turn to your GPS. And as part of the Global Hindu Teams Conference, I have taken the subject of astrophysics. And a great invention in astrophysics and huge development by society is the global positioning system, or as we know, the GPS. And I will be discussing how the ancient Hindus knew about the principles behind this global positioning system way back then, like 5,000 years ago. So first, the GPS roughly consists of the orbiting satellites, the receiver in your phone, and the ground stations. So let's take a well-known example and see how it works. It's Sunday evening at 6 p.m. and you have been contacted on Monday. And you haven't really started. So then you need a poster board first because that's what the project requires. And so you'd have to look for the nearest office supply stores to get one. So on your phone app, GPS app, you would type in the nearest office supply stores. And your phone first, in order to help you, needs to figure out where you are, what your coordinates are. To do that, it communicates with the orbiting satellites. And it doesn't just communicate with just one or two. Do you know how many it communicates with? It communicates with 30 satellites. All of the satellites that are orbiting over us right this minute, it calculates. And it's basically an instantaneous process. And then these satellites, only 4 of them respond and use that to pinpoint the location of the phone receiver. And by doing so, the phone receiver gets its coordinates and it plugs it into its big map and figures out where the nearest office supply store is. And in order to make sure that it's all working properly and the satellites are going on its expected path, the satellites frequently send a signal to the ground stations to make sure it's all in working order. But there are 2 other principles we need to consider in order for this GPS system to work. The first is time dilation, and the second is relativity. First, let's look at time dilation. Time dilation is the difference in the experience of time for 2 observers moving at different speeds. So one person who's moving at really almost the speed of light experiences time to be differently than someone just staying on Earth. And the second principle is gravity and relativity. The theory of relativity is a huge theory, but the important part that satellites need to consider is that when an object goes far away from Earth's center of gravity, And therefore, with the net effect of these two principles, you would be off by 7 miles. Or that is, instead of getting to the supply store, you might end up at your teacher's house. Okay, so those were how the GPS satellite works and the principles behind the GPS satellite. Now, let's look at ancient Hindu astronomy. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of ancient Hindu astronomy? It's probably the Navagrahas that you see at the temple. But wait, why are the sun and moon also considered as Navagrahas? Isn't the sun a star and the moon a satellite of Earth? For that, we need to revisit the definition of grahas. We just assume that graha just means planet. But actually, graha means any heavenly body on the light. So therefore, by that definition, sun and moon are heavenly bodies that do have an effect on Earth. And also, our ancient Hindu astronomy has also gotten international recognition, especially by the facility CERN, Center of Nuclear Research, and it's one of the world's most leading facilities for particle physics. And outside their facility, do you know whose statue they have outside? It's none other than our Lord Nataraja. Okay, so also besides that, our ancient Hindus had a knowledge of the time dilation that I explained about earlier. A well-known example of time dilation is Einstein's twins paradox, in which you have the twins, and let's name them Tom and Harry. So Tom, and they're both 30 years old. Tom remains on Earth, while Harry is going at almost 98% the speed of light to a nearby galaxy. So Tom ages by 25 years, so by the time, so he's 55 years old. But for Harry, he only feels 5 years to have passed because he's going at such high speeds that when he goes and comes back to Earth, he would have only aged by 5 years. So he's only 35, while his twin who is staying on Earth is 55 years old. And what such story have we heard of in our ancient scriptures? It's the story from Srimad Bhagavatam. That is the story in which Lord Brahma drives away the cattle of Vrindavan. So in that story, briefly what happened is that Lord Brahma, in order to test Lord Krishna, decided to take the Vrindavan cattle and cowherds and hide them in his home, Brahmaloka. So he travels to Brahmaloka and he because of it has to be taking the cowherds and cows there and coming back. While on Earth, a whole year had passed, and by that year's time, Lord Krishna had expanded himself to become the cattle and the cowherds. So no one noticed that the actual ones were missing. But anyway, the part of that details time dilation is the part where Lord Brahma is traveling at such high speeds to get to Brahmaloka and back that he only feels a moment to elapse, while on Earth a whole year has. And that's the fundamental principle behind time dilation. Okay, so we've seen time dilation, so let's move on to the second principle, that is relativity. We all know the story of how Isaac Newton came up with gravity. Now he was sitting under an apple tree, an apple fell on his head, and he realized that the same force that pulled the apple to the ground was the same force that kept the moon in orbit around Earth. But even way before Isaac Newton, ancient Hindu astronomers had figured out and discovered the force of gravity. It started out with Aryabhatta, who had, in his work Aryabhatiyam, had described it as a force that attracts that leads to attraction between two bodies. He had first conceptualized the idea. Then Varahamihira, in his work, the Surya Siddhanta, further developed on it, saying it was the force that pulled bodies to the ground, and it was the same force that kept the heavenly bodies in their place. And then a later astronomer, Brahmagupta, had coined the term Gurutvakarshan for gravity. attraction of larger bodies. And so it's really clear that the ancient Hindus had not only had knowledge of time dilation as well as gravity and relativity, way before we know of it today. To conclude, we must preserve the works of the ancient Hindus. In their works, they had such deep insights that took the Western world a really long time to discover. And in our ancient works, not only is a lot of it lost and mistranslated, the ones that we even have, we just think of them as stories, but we must read between those lines and so that we can uncover the hidden gems in them. For example, take the story about Lord Brahma and Krishna. Did you even think that it could pertain to such an advanced concept like time dilation? So by spending more time into this, we can uncover more and more principles about the world around us. And not only that, we might even uncover some knowledge that we still don't even know. And this is my hope for the future. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, awesome. You guys got it right. The answer was D, Vishnu Sharma. Way to go. And our next winner is Divit Narendra from Bangalore, Karnataka, India. And his presentation was on Charakra and Shushrita and their contributions to medicine.
Indian medicine has come a long way since its inception. And as the world reels from I think it's necessary that we take a step back and examine our own Indian medicine and learn lessons. Because though it may be over 3,000 years old, it still has value to this date. Good day to everybody present here. I'm Divit Narendra, and today I'd like to speak about Indian medicine. Indian medicine, and to be specific, the world itself, ever since the baby steps taken by man, has always found that medicine is no exception. Hindu medicine was specifically developed and found its origins in the oldest scriptures in the world and one of the most treasured scriptures, the Vedas, and to be specific, the Atharva Veda. The Atharva Veda elaborated on various particular common ailments such as cough, cold, fever, and provided necessary cures to such diseases. The cures were further elaborated by many influential scholars who hold our respect and hold a special place in our hearts even to these days. The first person I'd like to speak about is Dhanvantri. Dhanvantri is now known as the god of medicine, and rightly called so, because he dedicated over his entire life and his research for the sole purpose of researching and finding cures. To be specific, Dhanvantri over his lifespan compiled a work known as the Ayurveda, which is currently treasured by all us Hindus and treasured and researched upon by the globe. However, there are two other men apart from Dhanvantri who paid exceptional and necessary additions to Ayurveda,
which made it rise to where it is today. While Dhanvantri was able to write and identify common causes, common diseases which people suffered through, and provide necessary cures by herbs which one could find just looking around themselves, these two influential men found surgical methods as well. The first person I'm speaking about is Shushruta, also known as the father of plastic surgery, and not just in India, but across the globe, because he was the first person to successfully conduct a plastic surgery. However, that is not his only achievement. In his life work titled as the Sushruta Samhita, he specifically elaborates on over 1,100 different techniques and different diseases and their respective cures, and elaborates on 300 different surgical methods. He also elaborates and divides the human anatomy and the body into 8 different parts, and uses over 125 surgical instruments which have found their uses even to this date. However, not only in the writing itself, there are some common cold and common diseases to which Sushruta has found cure. He studied over 700 medicinal herbs and provided the necessary treatment required if any disease is caused from those 700 herbs itself. He also is one of the first people in the world to find an alternate form of anesthesia using wine itself, and was able to successfully conduct various surgeries, including cataract surgeries as well. And the next person I'd like to speak about is Charaka, because Charaka, though not that popular, has given an important essence and an important meaning to Ayurveda as well. In his work titled as the Charaka Samhita, he examines 500 medicinal herbs and provides the necessary treatments for any common ailment caused as well. The Charaka Samhita also elaborates on the importance of blood vessels in human body. Charaka, studying the works of Egyptian scholars and their research, was able to deduce that the brain is the seat of thinking, and as well explain the importance of the blood provides transports, acts as a transport mechanism throughout the human body to transport nutrition and transport waste to the respective centers. I'd now like to take a step into Ayurveda itself, because there is beauty hidden in Ayurveda as well, because the way they diagnose is totally different from our common methods. Just by measuring 8 different forms, and specifically one termed as Nadi, they are able to determine what is the disease, how to necessarily treat it, and how to ensure that this person may not suffer the same form of disease again. This treatment is termed as Nadi. Measuring the pulse in a human hand, they measure and determine the constituents in a human body, dividing it into 3 different subsections: Vata, Pitta and Kapha. Vata, air; Pitta, fire; and Kapha, water. These 3 elements are easily able to determine what form of disease or what form of imbalance. There might be a imbalance between Vata and Pitta, or just Vata, or just Kapha, or Pitta and Kapha, or Vata and Kapha. But these imbalances, if balanced, and all 3 reach a particular given threshold required, one can be called as a healthy person. This was the aim what every single scholar in ancient India was trying to aim and strive for. Finding various concoctions and mixture of medicinal herbs, one can balance out the 3 forms, Vata, Pitta and Kapha, and ensure that one leads a prolonged life. Ayurveda in the 21st century still holds good, able to see World Health Organization studies and studies by various other credited medicinal organizations who say that Ayurveda can cure rheumatoid arthritis, reduce cholesterol levels, and maintain blood sugar levels in human beings. It also is said to prove that Ayurveda can cure clinical depression. Although further studies are being conducted across the globe for the importance of Ayurveda, the globe and the world has recognized and accepted the necessity of Ayurveda, because in the 21st century, it was very important messages. Thank you.
Dylan, and great job. And again, before I announce the next winner, let's have another question that you guys are killing at. All right, again, awesome, guys. It's 108. The answer is C. Great job. So our next winner is Tanvi Popuri from McKinney, Texas, USA. And her topic was Hindu society's contribution to spirituality and economics.
Namaste. My name is Tanvi Popuri and I am from McKinney, Texas, USA. Our Hinduism contributed to the current society in several ways. It was hard to choose just one, but I did. Our great philosophers gave us citizens so much to learn from their literature that it would take us several years to comprehend it all. From dharma to economics to politics, we have it all stated in our texts. The Hindu society contributed to the world with its great philosophy and knowledge. The first text that I'll be talking about is the Bhagavad Gita, written by Saint Vyasa but spoken by the Lord. This precious gift from our culture teaches us about life and the right way to be. The epic source of literature teaches us about development, responsibilities, and discipline patterns, which will all lead us to prosperity. In chapter 3, poem 16, Evam pravartitam chakram nanuvartayati hayah akhayurindriya ramah mokham partha sajivati. The Lord himself states that the people who don't fulfill their responsibilities are in vain. And he also states in chapter 2 that he is the fruit of our actions. So this proves that if we do the right things, we will definitely prosper by the grace of the Swami. Lastly, this grants us peace because reading about the Lord's teachings and his divinity are definitely blessed. During this time, it's also stated that we can perform yajnas and give charities without ego to attain peace and prosperity. According to Quora, Gita spread all around the world with translations in about 80 languages for others to study as well. This ancient but spiritual piece of writing definitely contributes to development, peace, and prosperity. Next, I will be This is a treatise on history, economics, politics, and military strategy. According to ancient.eu, this manual contributed to development as it established an intellectual landscape, stable nation with security, and a good governance system. On page 522 of the Arthashastra, he states that the system of passports should also be observed. From his idea of supervision for the country, he gave us the passport that we still use today as well. These factors therefore develop the country as a whole. This also presents us with peace because of his great suggestions like using spies to minimize the chances of war, as a result maintaining peace. To continue, he gave many ideas about foreign treaties to make peace with everyone. An example of this is his mandala theory that we still use today, like shown in the diagram. According to Quora, this means that your neighbor is your natural enemy and the neighbor's neighbor is your friend, which we can definitely use to know our enemies and friends beforehand. He also stated that we can be prosperous if everyone followed the path of dharma. According to Script.org, he proposed the idea of national sovereignty because he thought that it was essential for the prosperity of everyone and not just the ruler. This is the system that we are following now as well. In the Arthashastra, there are many in-depth details about social welfare, public projects like irrigation waterways, and suggestions about what to do in the time of famine and disease. This text is translated into English so that everyone can know about this enlightening knowledge. His work contributes to development, peace, and prosperity, and justice of the nation and all the people. Finally, the Darshanamala by Sri Narayana Guru emphasized the importance of education and spiritual growth. According to Britannica, his writings contributed to development because he helped get rid of casteism and instead promoted egalitarianism. This also strengthened the country's prosperity because the more people that have access to education, the more power they have to create more money, ideas, and opportunities. The employment of everyone can be beneficial for economic growth as it can uplift the quality of life. As we see in the diagram, he explains the proper places of existence, subsistence, and value so that we can understand the right way to be and develop. To resume, he granted us all peace with the idea that equality is greater than one's identity or caste. He got rid of the possible violence, alternatively creating a flourishing place. In chapter 4, verse 5 of the Darshanamala, he mentions that equalizing and being evenly spread are a part of the Pancha Pranas, or the 5 vital tendencies. We're all related to his goal of impartiality because there is always a way to treat someone better, create a new surrounding, and improve our perspectives towards things. This is also translated into English so that his voice of equality can be heard by everyone. The Darshanamala contributes to development, peace, and prosperity in many ways, as the teachings apply to us all. As Sister Nivedita once said, Hinduism would not be eternal were it not constantly growing and spreading and taking in new areas of experience. The Bhagavad Gita, Arthashastra, and Darshanamala are mere glimpses of what Hinduism has contributed to this world just through philosophy. There is still so much to learn from our Hindu society because it is beyond development, peace, and prosperity. Our country needs to thank you.
And again, before I announce the next winner, let's test your knowledge even further. And we have one more question. All right, looks like there was a tie, but the right answer is C, Bhishma, and you guys were very close, so congrats. And our next winner for second place is Bodhicharla Lakshmi Gayatri from Fremont, California. Oh, I'm sorry, from Hyderabad, Telangana, India. And her topic was Science of Embryology and Baby Development as given in ancient scriptures.
A very warm welcome to ladies and gentlemen and namaste to everyone. I am B. Lakshmi Gayatri, a student of BA first year studying in Usmania University College for Women, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Today I am going to discuss about how Hindu religion made its contribution to human life and associated sciences. Many of us don't know that our ancestors, our rishis, had a huge knowledge and gave a huge description about many things, say astronomy, astrology, metallurgy, architecture, aerodynamics, and many more. Today, I am going to discuss about one of the branches of medical sciences, gynecology or obstetrics. Now, the very first thing that strikes our mind when we speak about gynecology or obstetrics is about Dr. Marian Sims, who is considered as father of gynecology and obstetrics. Now, this Marian Sims belongs to the 19th century, but what many of us, even Indians today, do not know about is the existence of Garbhopanishad written by Maharshi Pippalada. Now, this Garbhopanishad is considered to be written in the period of 14th 516 BC, which is way before 19th century. Now, let's see how this Garbhopanishad contributed to the medical science. Now, today I am going to speak about the following things which are mentioned in Garbhopanishad: structure and functions of sperm and ovum, the process of fertilization and its methods, symptoms of pregnancy, causes of infertility and miscarriage, and artificial methods of fertilization. Now, the very first thing comes is the embryology. According to Vedas, the manifestation of life begins from the moment a human cell was formed inside a egg in the form of a sperm. Now, when this sperm comes into the contact with the female sex cell ovum, a human life begins to start. Now, the human life develops in various levels of intrauterine life, which means inside the womb. There is a vast description given about the human life in Mahabharata and Srimad Bhagavatam. Our ancient rishis use the term Raja to indicate ovum and Peto to indicate sperm. In Bhagavad Purana, sperm is indicated with the term Sukla and Sonitum is indicated for ovum. Now, the fertilized egg or the zygote, which is formed as a result of copulation process, is termed as Kalila. Now, if you see the following figure, this following figure is taken from Varahamihira temple, which is located in Tamil Nadu. This temple is known to be 6,000 years ago. This temple is known to be built 6,000 years ago. Now, if you see this picture clearly, the very first half of the picture shows a snake-like structure and a moon or a ball-like structure coming together. Now, this snake-like structure indicates the sperm, and the ball-like or the moon-like structure here indicates the ovum. And this whole figure and this whole thing as a whole indicates the copulation process. Now, the very next figure, if you see the very next figure here, you can see an inverted fish getting connected with the inverted pot-like structure. According to some ancient Tamil beliefs, the dead people or the ancestors were depicted as fishes who swim in the sky ocean. Now, if you are to interpret this image, you can interpret this as the fish getting connected to the inverted pot. The fish here are none other than the ancestors, and the inverted pot here depicts the woman's womb, which means that the ancestors are taking rebirth. Now, that's why many Hindus and many Indians rename their offsprings with the name of their ancestors, because they believe that the ancestors are taking rebirth. Now, the Garbhopanishad deals with the following things: knowledge of sex cells, embryo growth and development, symptoms of pregnancy and human birth. Now, the formation of life is described in various levels in the Garbhopanishad. The very first level is the formation of Garbha. Now, what is Garbha? Garbha is referred to the fetus growing inside the uterus of a pregnant lady. The factors required for conception of fetus are sperm from male, reproductive fluid from female, which is termed as Artva, Atman and subtle body made up of 5 elements, say earth, water, fire, air, spirit, manas or mind, united to particular embryo, subjected to its past karma. That's why many Indians, especially Hindus, believe that every birth is the result of the karma that one has done in his previous birth. Now, symptoms of pregnancy. In Garbhopanishad, the symptoms of pregnancy are divided into 2 phases: Sadhyo Garbha Lakshana and Vyakta Garbha Lakshana. The very first phase, Sadhyo Garbha Lakshana. This tells about the symptoms of pregnancy just after conception. Example, weakness of thighs, fatigue, thirst, etc. And the second phase is Vyakta Garbha Lakshana. This tells about the symptoms that women face during the growth of fetus. Example, vomiting without cause, craving pleasant aroma, etc. Now, development of embryo or fetal nourishment. In Garbhopanishad, there is a vast description given which explains how a fetus is born and how a fetus develops in various stages. Let's see. Ekaratroshitam Kalilam Bhavati. A nodule, which is termed as Kalila, originates from the mating at a proper time of conception. Saptaratroshitam Budbudam Bhavati. A bubble, which is termed as Budbud, is formed after 7 days. Ardhamasabhyantarena Pindo Bhavati. A lump, which is termed as Pinda, is formed within a fortnight. Masabhyantarena Katino Bhavati. It becomes hard within a period of month. Now, what becomes hard? The Pinda, which is formed, becomes hard. Visarjate. A head which is termed as Shira is formed after 2 months. Masatrayena Pada Pradesha Bhavati. Parts of foot develop after 3 months. Pada Pradesha, which means foot, in Masatrayena, which means after 3 months, which is trimester. Now, Chaturdhe, Angulya, Jatara, Kati Pradesha Bhavati. Fingers, belly and hips, which are termed as Angulya, Jatara and Kati, originate after 4 months. Panchame, Prishthavamsha Bhavati. Vertebral column, which is called as Prishthavamsha in Sanskrit, develops in the 5th month. Shashthe, Mukhanasika-akshi, Shrotrani Bhavati. Mouth, nose and ears, which are termed as Mukha, Nasika and Shrotra, develop in the 6th month. Saptame, Jivena, Samyukta Bhavati. A fetus is united with the soul in the 7th month. Ashtame, Sarva Sampurna Bhavati. It becomes complete in all parts in the 8th month. Navame, Sarva Lakshana Sampurna Bhavati. Finally, in the 9th month, its growth in all parts and in perception is complete. Now, this is extracted from the Garbhopanishad, which is known to be written in the 1416 BC, which is not yet confirmed. It may be composed way even before that. But point to be noted here is that this description was given way before even the modern technology like radio scanning and microscope were even invented. Now, if you see this picture carefully, this picture is taken from the Kalabhairavanatha temple, which is located at Tamil Nadu. You can clearly see how an embryo, if you see this picture depicts the position of a human embryo inside a woman's womb. Now, if you see this figure, which is taken from the another angle, you can clearly see the umbilical cord present here. Now, infertility and miscarriages in both Garbhopanishad and modern science. Infertility and miscarriages occurs due to various psychological and physical factors. Some of them are genetic defects, chromosomal defects, and yoni dosha, which means disease in reproductive system, lack of nutrition, or bad karma. Other causes are fetal conditions like upasuka or upavitsaka, which are intrauterine growth retardation. Now, artificial fertilization and procedures. We all know that motherhood is a bliss, where scientific, medical and technological advancements has bridged between the possibilities and impossibilities. Motherhood and fertility are no longer anatomic. Artificial inseminations such as IUI, which means intrauterine insemination, IVF, in vitro fertilization and surrogacy methods are available. Motherhood and fertility are no longer anatomic. But if you ask, are there any instances in our ancient Hindu scriptures which supports the artificial fertilization or which mentions about the artificial fertilizations? Then yes, there are. Let's see. Artificial insemination or Niyog Pratha. This artificial insemination in ancient Hindu scriptures is mentioned as Niyog Pratha. This procedure is followed when the husband of a woman is diagnosed with fertility problems or is infertile. This procedure is also followed by the widow woman who did not obtain a child when her husband was alive. Now, there are certain rules and regulations that are meant to be followed by both men and women while following this procedure. Now, there is an instance in Mahabharata where Niyog Pratha took place. Now, because of Vichitra Vidya, Ambika and Ambalika begets Dhritarashtra and Pandu through this method. Both Ambika and Ambalika gets Dhritarashtra and Pandu as their offsprings through this method, attains motherhood through this method. Now, the chosen man for this act was Vedavyasa, who is their brother-in-law. Now, Niyog Pratha even existed before Mahabharatan era. There are few instances in Mahabharata which proves this. Now, when Pandu, a healthy man, asks Kunti to produce a child through this method, Kunti Devi refuses first. Then Pandu Maharaj had to quote few instances which happened before Mahabharata era in order to convince Kunti. Now, the example which the Pandu Maharaj quotes is about the example of Niyoga, which is followed by Damayanti, the queen of Saudasa, who begets a child named Asmaka with the help of Vasishta. Even though the religious scriptures and religious beliefs backs this procedure, it's seen that disinterest and disbelief in the woman had led to the decline of this procedure. Embryo transplantation. We all know what embryo transplantation today is. Thanks to many scientific and technological advancements, embryo transplantation is possible today. But is there any instance in our ancient scriptures which mentions embryo transplantation, then yes, the birth of Balarama is nothing but the embryo transplantation. Now there are proofs in Bhagavad Purana which proves that embryo transplantation took place. When Kamsa captured and jailed Devaki and Vasudev and slaughtered all the 6 kids of Devaki, the couple had to opt for this method in order to save their 7th child. Now what happened here is the fetus from the Devaki was transferred and transplanted into the womb of Rohini, who is the second wife of Vasudev. Now this Rohini stayed back at Vrindavan. Now just imagine how much technology they had at that time in order to transfer an embryo from one place to another without rupturing the embryo. Now, in vitro fertilization. The birth of Kauravas stands as the greatest example for the in vitro fertilization method. Gandhari, who is the mother of Kauravas, experienced a prolonged pregnancy period. The giant fetus of Gandhari made its way out as a result of Gandhari's action. Vedavyasa, who saw this giant fetus, has divided the giant fetus into different cells and planted them into the earthen pots. Each one was incubated and grown into vitro till full term. The Gandhari's case is a combination of IVF and extrauterine gestation. Now, after many scientific and technological advancement, IVF had become a reality. Who knows, maybe after a few years, even extrauterine gestation may also become reality one day. Now, fatherhood without gestation of fetus in woman's womb. We all know who Dronacharya is, right? Dronacharya, who is the guru of both Pandavas and Kauravas, born without any presence of ovum or woman's womb. The birth of Dronacharya stands as the greatest example for this method. We all know that Rishi Bharadwaj collected his semen into an earthen pot and stored it. That pot later turned into a test tube and gave birth to the Dronacharya. Now, many of the Westerners debunked our history, saying it's a mythology. Now, if this is mythology, then let's see what these scientists are doing today. If you see this article here, which is taken from the newsletter The Sun, it clearly says that scientists are working on an experimental technique which could one day remove women from the baby-making process. British researchers have managed to conceive a baby mice without fertilizing an egg cell with sperm, the natural way of producing children. Now that's how Dronacharya was born. There was no interference of ovum, nor there was no woman's womb present in the birth of Dronacharya, yet the birth of Dronacharya took place. Now this explains that our Hindu history is not a mythology. The Westerners who debunk our Indian history, saying it's mythology, are today taking the theories from our Hindu scriptures and trying to take the patent rights from them. Now, the knowledge that our rishis, that our ancestors had given is very vast. The Westerners who debunked them, saying that they are mythologies, are trying to prove them today. So I hope that at least Hindus today wake up and at least know the value of their ancestors rather than running behind the fancy Western theories. Thank you.
All right, you guys got it right. The answer was D, Shanta. Congrats. And our next winner for the second place is Srividya Ganga from Fremont, California. And her presentation was on Bhaskara contributions to modern day mathematics. Congrats.
Hello, my name is Srividhi Ganga, and I'm from Fremont, California, United States. And today, I will be speaking about Bhaskara and his contributions to modern-day mathematics. India is often regarded as the birthplace of modern mathematics, given credit for inventing the modern-day decimal system, the concepts of zero, and the rules of negative numbers. However, India is often not further regarded for its numerical achievements past these trivial basics. While the fields of calculus, geometry, and algebra are often regarded as achievements of mathematicians and theologians like Euclid, Leibniz, and Isaac Newton, research shows that these foundational theorems and ideas had been introduced almost 500 years prior by Indian mathematicians. Today, I will be speaking about the famous Indian mathematician Bhaskara and his contributions to modern-day mathematics, along with giving a quick demonstration of his theories. Bhaskara, or otherwise known as Bhaskaracharya, was an Indian astronomer and mathematician during the 1100s from Vijaypur, India. He was born to the renowned astronomer Maheshwara, who had initially introduced him to the world of math and astronomy and taught him everything that he knew. He later went on to become the head of the astronomical observatory at Ujjain, the leading math center in India at the time. Notably, the earlier homes of the famous Varahamihira and Brahmagupta, the father of the decimal system as well. Bhaskaracharya's achievements can be seen through his 5 works: Leelavati, or the Beautiful, on mathematics; Vijaganita, or seed counting, on algebra; Siddhanta Siromani, on mathematical astronomy and the sphere; Vasanabhyasaha of Vivikshara, a commentary on his last piece, Siddhanta Siromani; and Veerabharana, a commentary on Sishyadi Vivita Tantra by Lalla, which are often both regarded as the first documentations of peer review and self-review, a process that is now a norm in modern-day research practices. Working in Ujjain, where many of Brahmagupta's old manuscripts were stored, Bhaskara had the unique opportunity to become incredibly fluent with his proposed ideas of the number system, including zero and negative numbers. However, his findings, in fact, far extended past Brahmagupta's old ideas. Bhaskara was able to identify that numbers like x squared equals 9 indeed had 2 square roots, both the positive and negative 3 solution. He was also the first to illuminate the problem regarding dividing numbers by 0, regarding to the answer as the non-zero infinitesimal, a concept that he had outlined in Leelavati. Bhaskaracharya also dabbled in the foundations of calculus and the rate of change when he proposed the question: on an expedition to seize his enemy's elephants, a king marched 2 yojanas the first day. Say, intelligent calculator, with what increasing rate of change of daily march did he proceed, since he reached his foe's city a distance of 80 yojanas in a week? A question basically asking for the rate of change, or the derivative of the king's daily distance. He also demonstrated the proof that n divided by 0, n being any natural number, is infinity by introducing the idea of limits, which still remains as one of the modern ways as which we mathematicians prove the division of 0 even today. In my opinion, Bhaskaracharya's most revolutionary contributions to present-day mathematics is the algorithm in which we multiply multi-digit numbers, a method we should all generally recognize as the primary way in which we teach students multiplication even today. To do so, you take the first number of the top row, the left-handmost number, and the entire bottom row number, and then multiply. So 3 times 243 is 729, and then you do the next one, which is 2 times 243, but then also make sure to indent 1 to the right, which 2 times 243 is 486, which you can see right here. And then for the last one, you do the far rightmost number as you keep going down from left to right, 5 times 243, which is 1,215 right here. Of course, again, indent to the right, and then just go ahead and add to get 78,975. This should appear very familiar because this is essentially the way that we teach multiplication in elementary school today, except of course you do 5 times 243 and then 3. Of course you do 325 times 3 and 325 times 4 and then 325 times 2 and then indent further. Bhaskara findings were irrefutably the pinnacle of mathematical knowledge of the 12th century, surpassing the understanding of equations and algebra that the European world would only discover centuries later. I believe it is incredibly important to be aware and learn about our motherland's achievements, not only to learn about our past, but to give those due credit for the work and diligence that they made towards progressing modern day knowledge and intellect. Thank you.
Again, have a question for
So you guys, the correct answer is B, Krishna. You guys were close though. And our next winner is Maithili Iranki from Dallas, Texas, USA. And her presentation was on Mangal Pande and his struggles for India's independence.
My name is Mangal Pande and I'm from Dallas, Texas. I will be talking about the contributions of Mangal Pande to India during the period of the British rule, as he incited anti-colonial movements that allowed Hindus to live in peace and prosper. Please listen to my speech as I delve into the history of Mangal Pande's actions as a freedom fighter and explain how he has impacted Hinduism. Mangal Pande was born in a village called Nava in a small district of Uttar Pradesh. Mangal had first joined the Bengal army at the age of 21 and was promoted to the status of a sepoy in the 6th Company of the 34th Bengal Native Infantry at the age of 29. Rather than being credited for his many accomplishments while a part of the British Army, Mangal is most known for being a freedom fighter that defied the orders given by his commanders. The Bengal Native Infantry belonged to the larger British East India Company, which had been establishing power over India since the 1600s. The company was known for stripping Indian land as well as the Indian people of precious metals and gems and forcing the people into extensive and harsh labor contracts. On top of this, they would also draft boys to be trained by British commanders and become soldiers that would be added as an extension to the already largely powerful British Army. While the people were not happy with this, they were not outraged enough to revolt against the oppressive power. As the British grew comfortable with the setup that only benefited them and continued to take advantage of the Indian people, they took tolerance by disregarding the beliefs of the Hindus that were part of the British Army. The need for revolt grew after the British implementation of the Enfield P-53 rifle. Though this rifle was incredibly precise and easy for the sepoys to use, it required them to bite the cover of the bullet cartridge off of the rifle each time it was replaced, the problem being that the cartridge was greased with cow fat. Mangal Pande, as well as the majority of the sepoys in the 6th Company, were Hindu and viewed the cow as a sacred animal. The actions that had to be carried out in order to use this new Enfield rifle forced the people to act against their religious beliefs. which rightfully angered the troops. Mangal Pande was especially disturbed by this realization. When Mangal Pande was first brought into the 6th Company, he had befriended a British sergeant major named Hewson. Hewson served as an interpreter between the troops and the commander he assisted, Commander Bow, as he could speak both English as well as Hindi. When rumors about the cartridges going against Hinduism were first circulated, Pande brought the issue to Hewson, who reassured him that the cartridges were not greased with animal fat of any kind, but rather with oils such as coconut and palm oil. Upon finding out that the cow fat was indeed used, Mangal Pande felt a wide range of emotions, ranging from the betrayal from a figure he thought to be his friend, the remorse of being responsible for leading his fellow sepoys and fellow Hindus to use such a rifle, and the regret of committing actions that went against his religion. It was also speculated that the British Army had done this purposefully and used the fat of the cow rather than the fat of any other animal, knowing the cow was sacred to Hindus, as they hoped to forcibly convert the sepoys to Christianity. Though Mangal Pande was incredibly ambitious and aimed to go very far with this occupation in the army, he could not ignore this issue. With the goal of overthrowing the British East India Company, which had hurt the Indian people so much and even took away their ability to properly practice their religion, he and the other sepoys in his company started the Sepoy Rebellion of 1857 by refusing Commander Bow's orders to pick up their Enfield P-53 rifles for the day's training on March 27, 1857. The lack of action following the commander's orders irked the British, but the sepoys' resolve to defy those attempting to strip them of their religion only grew stronger from there. Though the mutiny did not end with the triumph of the sepoys, they managed to get rid of the British East India Company. This was not the end of British control over India, as the rule of the British Raj soon followed, but it was very significant in terms of religion. For his defiance of the orders and leading role in a movement against the British forces, Mangal Pande was sadly arrested and sentenced to death. Mangal Pande was a freedom fighter that put aside his ambitions and gave up his life to protect the religious practices of Hindus during the British rule. His bravery and determination allowed him to stand up to the mighty British forces, and it is because of him that Hindus during that period could live proudly and peacefully without having to let go of any Hindu traditions or values. Though there was the fear that the British could force them to use their rifles once again, there grew a sense of nationalism between the people as they continued to fight together for their rights and for their freedom, eventually gaining independence and continuing to live happily. It is only possible for us to practice the original form of Hinduism today with no modifications because of the people before us that fought for their right to practice every aspect of the religion. No one knows what it would have meant for India or for our religion of Hinduism if it wasn't for the efforts of Mangal Pande and his fellow sepoys. Thank you.
Again, we have one more question for you guys before I announce the next winner. Congrats, you guys are right. The answer is C. Great job. So our next winner is Veer Mehta from Findlay, Ohio, USA. And his presentation is on early India's contribution to metallurgy.
Hello, I am Veer Mehta. I live in Findlay, Ohio, United States of America, and I am here to talk about how ancient India has contributed to the field of metallurgy. In the current field of metallurgy, the many discoveries and processes today have ancient roots. Many of these roots were in ancient India. Metallurgy is the branch of engineering and science focused on metals, their properties, and refining and production of the metals. Copper, which is probably the first metal used by humans, has been found in artifacts in the Himalaya region dating back to 4000 BCE. Copper and its alloys were used to make murtis of Hindu deities. There is evidence of smelting furnaces for copper from the Harappan civilizations. Copper ores were believed to have been mined in the Khedri region of Rajasthan from 3000 to 2000 BCE. The use of gold and silver has also been traced back to India. In the Indus Valley city of Mohenjo-daro, the use of gold and silver as ornaments has been found as early as 3000 BCE. While most gold is found by panning in dry riverbeds, India has remains of deep gold mines in the Maski region dating back to 1000 BCE. Tin is a metal that can be alloyed with copper to form a much harder bronze. Bronze is very soft and has a low melting point, so it was used to make sculptures in India. One of the most famous was a statue of a dancing girl in the ancient city of Mohenjo-daro. The art of chola sculpting, which involves murtis or other sculptures made of bronze, appears to date back to 10th century AD. Many mirrors made of polished bronze were also produced in ancient India. Zinc is a very difficult metal to work with because it vaporizes at the same temperature as its melting point. However, it has been found that there was production of zinc at the Zawar area of Rajasthan. This was done by collecting vaporized zinc metal and cooling it. The Rasaratnakara was a text written by the great Indian scientist Nagarjuna that describes the production of zinc. Another achievement by ancient India concerning zinc is the production of zinc bidri alloy, which was used extensively by Muslim rulers in Hyderabad. Several artistic vessels and pictures have been made of bidri with lots of floral artistic designs. India has been known for its iron and steels. Forging wrought iron began around 1000 BCE. India was especially known for its wood steel, made in 300 BCE. Wood steel is very special because it is very pure and is a very strong ultra-high steel. It was exported to the Middle East to make Damascus blades, wood steel weapons with a wavy pattern. Wood steel is the very first high-quality steel. Some suggest that the steel made in southern India was exported to Europe. The 12th century Arab Idrisi once said, "The Hindus excel in the manufacture of iron. It is impossible to find anything to surpass the edge from Indian steel." One of the most famous iron artifacts found was the Iron Pillar of Delhi. It is corrosion resistant, and that is even more impressive considering the climate around Delhi is not very friendly to raw iron. The pillar has a coating of hydrogen phosphate, and the iron has slag in it. Slag is parts of rock surrounding a nugget of ore. Because of this, the iron has protection against corrosion. There are inscriptions on the pillar from King Chandragupta II of the Gupta Empire. They are also intact because the iron can resist erosion for millennia. In conclusion, India has contributed much knowledge and discoveries to the field of metallurgy and gained fame for its metalworking achievements. Many of the different samples that have been uncovered are still being studied today, and scientists are trying to figure out how wood steel can be made. Maybe in the future, a famous chef could be bragging about wood steel kitchen knives that don't break and are very strong and durable. I can't wait for that to happen. Thank you.
So congrats, Veer. And again, before we move on, we have one more question.
Got that right, overwhelmingly. Let's And our last second place winner is Maida Gadikeri from San Jose, California, USA. And her presentation is on Varahamihira's contribution to the world of Vedic astrology.
Namaste, I am Medha Gadikere. I am 13 years old. I am from San Jose, California, United States of America. Today I am talking about Vedic astrology and its contribution to the world of astrology and astronomy. First, let us quickly understand what is astrology and Vedic astrology. Astrology is a science to study the influences of stars and planets on humans, Earth, and terrestrial events by their movements and relative positions. According to Hindu or Vedic system, the sun, stars, and planets are not mere celestial bodies. They are also divine beings, conveying energy from the far galaxies and influencing the human and Earth's behavior. The ancient science of space and time, that understanding and mapping of this influence is called Jyotisha or Vedic astrology. Vedic astrology uses a fixed zodiac sign, while the Western astrology uses a movable zodiac to decide the starting point of the zodiac. Now let us study about Varahamihira, who is one of the main contributors to the world of Vedic astrology. Varahamihira is a renowned Indian astrologer, astronomer, and mathematician who lived around 500 AD. Varahamihira the king's son will die by a boar or Varaha. The king put his son on the safest place with high security, but the prince died when he was playing with the flagstaff of the kingdom, which accidentally slipped and pierced his chest. Ironically, that flagstaff was a statue of a boar, and although the king was very sad, he praised the knowledge of Mihira and titled him with Varaha to be attached to his original. As an astrologer, he wrote on all the three main branches of Vedic astrology, which are Ganita, Samhita, Hora, or Jataka. Ganita, also known as Siddhanta, is an approach that uses mathematics with science of space and time to figure out the position and movement of the stars and planets. 18 Siddhantas mentioned in the Vedic astrology are the most famous scriptures in the Ganita. Unfortunately, none of those texts survived intact, but 5 of the 18 were summarized by Varahamihira in the book called Pancha Siddhantika. This book holds a prominent place in the field of Ganita astrology. Pancha Siddhantika, or 5 treatises, are Surya Siddhanta, Romaka Siddhanta, Paulisa Siddhanta, Vashishta Siddhanta, and Paitama Siddhanta. Of these 5, only Surya Siddhanta has survived in the late astrology for world events. Varahamihira was very famous as an astrologer in the kingdom of Vikramaditya. His book Brihat Samhita covers wide-ranging subjects of human interest, including astrology, planetary movements, eclipses, rainfall, clouds, domestic relations, gems, pearls, and rituals. Jataka or Hora is a horoscope gives a birthplace, date, and time depicting the planetary position and predicting the future of the individual. Varahamihira's book Hora Shastra or Brihat Jataka is considered as one of the main 5 treatises on Hindu astrology. Brihat Jataka from Varahamihira and Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra from sage Parashara are 2 main texts used for Vedic astrology. Brihat Jataka is mainly used by astrologers in South India, while Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra is used by astrologers in North India. Varahamihira's other book, Lagu Jataka, is easy to comprehend and rich in content for studying Vedic astrology. Let us go through some facts about Vedic astrology and particularly about Varahamihira. Varahamihira was the first to claim that some force might be keeping bodies stuck to the round earth. The force is currently called gravity. He proposed that the moon and planets are shiny due to sunlight. He was one of the 9 jewels, Navaratna, in the court of Malwa king Vikramaditya. It is believed that Varahamihira constructed the famous Meru Stamba for conducting research on astronomy. It was a complete symbolic representation of the theory of Indian astrology. The 7 stories represented 7 planets with 27 windows of each with 7 constellations. Meru Stamba is presently known as Qutub Minar. He was proficient in many foreign languages. This helped him to study and understand the theories propounded by Greeks and Romans and develop accuracy in it. Several calculations in Surya Siddhanta are very close with less than 1% variance from currently accepted value. Example, diameter of Earth and Moon, distance between Earth and Moon, average length of the tropical year, and diameter of Saturn, Mercury, and etc. In ancient times, astronomy and astrology are treated together. In modern days, astronomy is considered as the foundation upon which astrology could operate. I am very happy and consider myself fortunate that I got an opportunity to learn about Varahamihira, who is one of the greatest sage, as well as an astrologer, astronomer, scientist, and mathematician. I feel very proud that the contributions from Varahamihira and others from ancient India is considered as major source and inspirations for modern world inventions. Namaste.
Now it's time for the much-awaited first place winners. And, and these scholars truly impressed us with their creativity and their knowledge of their topics. And before I go on to announce all the winners, let's start off with a question. Awesome, you guys got it right. It is C. Way to go. And one of the first winners for first place is Ashish Singh from Kolkata, West Bengal, India. And his topic is free speech and debate in ancient India.
Just confront them immediately, and you are sure of victory in the debate. The 5 rules for victory are: be cool, be famous, be popular, and praise those in power. If the mediator is not learned, shout your way to victory, and if the mediator is learned, simply accuse him of being biased. Now, can you relate this to the present tradition of debate in India and across the world? Like, I'm basically talking about the world society at large. So this is not a recent thing, the thing which I just said. It is actually an extract from Neelakant Dikshit's Sanskrit parody, Kali Vidambana. So, it was estimated back then about the sort of debate, the form debate will take in the future. So, I despise the entire idea of debating. And, because the essence of negotiation and understanding each other's point of view, which was, the main focal theme of speech in ancient India, is missing. So, Jai Shri Krishna, this is Ashish Singh. In this essay, basically, we explore the entire nature of free speech and debate in ancient India. We go from the Mahabharata, extracts from the Mahabharata of Krishna's instruction to Arjuna. We explore Sulabha, the extracts of Sulabha, the entire dialogue between Sulabha and the debates of Janaka, the philosopher king, in the Sandi Prabha book of Mahabharata. And then we also, explore the Sulabha school of thought, which talks about how speech should be conducted. It talks about Soxemya, about subtlety and finesse, and then Samakya, listing out the points of debate, Krama, Nirnaya, Prayojana, Sulabha. So we'll talk about this in the essay in great detail, and then there are quotes from the Mahabharata of Krishna and everything. Now the focal point of this essay comes in page, I think it's page 3. So in this, it is stated that our ancestors were more, open to ideas than us. They were more tolerant to ideas than us. That noble thoughts come to us from all sides. So this was the nature of tolerance, free speech, debate in the ancient Hindu society, and that is being missed in this current era, in this entire busy life of debates, of news, and controversies. So then we also it's a very important Hindu scripture from the point of view of free speech and tolerance, in which Indra declared that the stage would be a space where everything could be said and nothing could be prohibited. And so this is a tragic defense of the freedom of speech, which we find right in the heart of Hindu scriptures. We find Krishna showing his mother Yashoda the entire universe through his mouth, through his words, of speech in a totally different level. So this was the extent and the value of speech, of expression in ancient Hindu society, and that's what we have explored in this essay. And even the Purva Paksha advises us to gain a better insight into the opposition's perception before we commence to engage them. So the examples which I've cited actually are a proof that heterodoxy was the natural state of affairs in ancient India. And in today, across the world, in the world society, we don't find it. Intolerance is the key word, is the buzzword of today. So, and hence, it is also stated that in India, it is a gift of the British, which is actually false, because as I've stated in my essay, using a lot of British examples, that democracy was the ancient state of affairs in India. And India did not actually source 100% democracy from the Government of India Act 1935. And if that would have been the state of affairs, then all the more than 100 countries who actually had a British power point or other would have had democracy, while that is not the case. So, and also I conclude my essay with an account in which the world conquering Alexander asked a group of Jains that why were they ignoring him? Like, he was the most powerful man on earth at that time. And the Jains told him, you are always busy enough to no good traveling so many miles from your home. So this is, what is this? It's an example of speaking truth to power. And this example, it matters today because, politicians, journalists, everyone is actually succumbing to the governments across the world. So these are times when we need to introspect our life. We have to look up to our own history rather than going out, because all the answers can be found in our own home. And hence we would conclude that democracy, free speech, and debate is something which was inherent in the ancient Hindu society in ancient India, which are both synonymous, and that is the reason to a wonderful society. And I would like to conclude with this. Thank you so much, and Jai Shri Krishna.
You guys were close, but the correct answer is C. Moving on to the next winner. Our next first place winner is Kavya from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. And her topic was on astronomers of early Hindu society.
Greetings to one and all viewing this video. I'm Kavya from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Today, I would like to share some of the most important contributions of the Hindu society to the field of astronomy. The night sky has always fascinated mankind, from prehistoric periods till now. Early cultures identified celestial objects with gods and spirits. They related these objects and their movements with natural phenomena like rain, drought, seasons, and tides. Knowledge of astronomy was of great importance for creating accurate calendars for timely sowing, harvesting choice crops, fixing dates for seasons and festivals, navigation, calculation of time, and casting of horoscopes. By referring to ancient Hindu scriptures, it is quite evident to us that our ancestors already had the knowledge of the shape and of Earth. Earth is referred to as blue gold, where gold means round. Furthermore, without the help of any advanced astronomical devices, our ancestors had been able to predict the constant motion of the Earth and hence called it Jagat, where Gati means motion. Speaking about scriptures, the Rig Veda dates back to 2500 BCE shows that each year included 360 days, with 12 months having 30 days each. Every 5 years, 2 intercalary periods were added to bring the calendar back in line with the solar year. A few centuries later, the Ayurveda gave the first list of 27 nakshatras or lunar mansions. One other fascinating achievement of our ancient Hindu society is the discovery of the twin stars Arundhati and Vashishta. Without the help of any telescopes, our ancestors had been able to identify the synchronizingly rotating twin stars Arundhati Vashishta. While in most of the twin star systems, one remains stationary and the other one rotates around it. Apart from the Vedas, the Vedanga Jyotisha, which is dated back to 1350 BCE, describes the rules for tracking the movements of the sun and the moon. It also elucidates the use of trigonometry and geometry in astronomy. Aryabhatta too adopted a mathematical approach towards astronomy. His book Aryabhatta has 4 sections, 2 of which are devoted to mathematical concepts and 2 of which elaborated his findings and observations in astronomy. In his book, he has recognized that the other stars were the same as the sun and the sun is in the center of the universe. He has also stated that the earth is round and rotated on its own axis. His mathematical approach to the prediction of the positions of different celestial bodies was extremely instrumental in forecasting eclipses. He also proposed that the moon reflects the light from the sun. To honor this notable astronomer, India named its first satellite after Aryabhatta and launched it into space. Varahamihira is also a renowned Hindu astronomer who predicted the existence of a force that keeps bodies stuck to the earth and celestial bodies in definite positions long before the Renaissance. In the 32nd chapter of his book Brihad Samhita, he has related earthquakes to the influence of planets, undersea activities, and unusual cloud formation. Bhaskara was the head of the astronomical observatory in Ujjain. It is quite shocking to know that he calculated the time taken for the Earth to orbit the Sun up to 9 decimal places. Speaking about Ujjain, Brahmagupta, who was one of the heads of the university, calculated the Earth's circumference to be 36,000 kilometers, which is very close to the actual value. He also compared the ability of the Earth to pull objects towards itself to the ability of water to flow. He has also done work which is nothing to sneer at. Some of his renowned work include the water clock, which consisted of a bowl with a small cluster of a graduated disc and a scissor-like pair acting like a compass. These inventions were later on adapted by scholars. Brahmagupta also authored brilliant astronomical calculations which were extremely popular for centuries. Al-Biruni, a Persian savant, was deeply engrossed in Indian astronomical techniques.
He was so impressed to the level that he translated to Persian and Arabic languages. Therefore, it is clear that the Hindu society has made crucial contributions to astronomy, most of which predate the Renaissance. Similar to how a butterfly unknowingly causes the transfer of pollen while collecting nectar, the astronomical knowledge of Hindu society was also exported to other nations. I would like to conclude this presentation by thanking everyone who gave me this great opportunity that kickstarted my desire to learn more about our ancestors and our heritage. Thank you.
Congrats, you're right. The answer is C, Kasi. Great job. And our next winner is Shivani Rajabaram from Fremont, California, USA. And her topic is Ayurveda, Hindu Society's contribution to human well-being.
Hi, I'm Shivani Rajvaram. I'm from Fremont, California, from the United States. And today I'll be talking about early Hindu society's contribution to Ayurveda. So to begin, there's 4 Vedas, and these are where the entire practice first originated from. First, there's the Rig Veda and the Yajurveda, which were both recorded from 3000 BC to 2500 BC. And then there is the Samveda and Atharva Veda, which were from 1200 BC to 1000 BC. So first, I'm going to be talking about the early history and the whole timeline and how the practice was spread down and passed down. Everything began with Brahma and his first creation of Ayurveda. He then passed down his knowledge of Ayurveda to his son, Daksha Prajapati, who after that passed down his knowledge to Vedic gods, which were also called Ashwini Kumaras. And these gods told Indra what they knew about Ayurveda, and Indra told his disciples. These disciples included Acharya Bharadwaj, Acharya Kashyap, Acharya Divodas Dhanvantar, and after that, this was a whole cycle, and the practice and the knowledge about the practice got passed down to physicians and other people, and eventually it was recorded, and more people learned about it. And so that was kind of just a brief timeline of it, but this picture shows an extremely detailed timeline of how Ayurveda was passed after Brahma created it. So there's kind of the same timeline with Brahma and his son and the Ashwini Kumaras and Indra, and then after that it branches out and it ended up spreading a lot. So there are 3 very important Ayurvedic books, and they're like a triad, and they're all in a collection called the Bruhatrayi. So the triad includes Charak Samhita, which was written by Charaka in the year 800 BC. And there's the Sushruta Samhita by Sushruta, which was written around the same time. And then there was the Ashtanga Hridaya, which was written considerably later. It was written about 7 to 8 AD, and it was written by Acharya Vagpata. So basically, the Charak Samhita focuses on India's geography and how different environments in India can impact the kind of Ayurveda that's practiced. So the table next to Charak Samhita shows there's 3 different environments. There's a rainforest, and then a semi-rad, and a desert. And it shows that the 3 different areas, the 3 different regions practice a different kind of Ayurveda, which shows that it's a very big and it's a very detailed study and practice that has a lot of impact. The Sushruta Samhita focuses on surgical operations. So it was very much centered around the Rig Veda, which included stories about very general surgical operations, like when Ganesha's head was chopped off and it was put back and there was an operation done. Although this is a lot more detailed, it's basically focused and based off of that. So the picture shows a lot of the tools, a lot of the surgical tools that Sushruta actually came up with. And then the book that was published later than everything else, Ashtanga Hridaya, which was it's kind of a recommendation about how people should live their life, meaning it shows that having a daily routine can really help a person, and it shows that seasonal changes and focusing on your inside, on like your inner, also really help the way you live your life. And this is just a picture of the book cover. So these last 2 pictures are just an overall picture of what Ayurveda looks like and how it impacts the body. And the 2 pictures show different contributors to Ayurveda and like what their studies, which parts of their studies, which parts of the body, so like the mental state and the spiritual state and the physical state and the intellectual state, and just who really came up with those. And the second image is just a little bit more detailed about that, but they basically imply the same thing, and they show that the early Hindu society made a very, very big contribution to this Ayurveda, and that they are the sole originator of this entire practice that's become so big now.
Again, before we move on, we have another question. The answer is actually D, but you guys have been doing great so far. So our next winner is Aditi Gankota from Fremont, California, USA. And her presentation is on Sushruta's contribution to plastic surgery.
Hi, my name is Aditi Gankota, and today I'll be discussing Hindu society and its impacts on plastic surgery. Introduction: the origin of plastic surgery in Hindu practices. So starting off with discussing the Indus River civilization and the Vedas. Plastic surgery is considered to be a modern day science, as you all may know. However, it has roots in the Indus River civilization from almost 4,000 years ago. Techniques here were being developed between 3000 and 1000 BCE regarding plastic surgery. And in addition, it's associated with the big period when the 4 Vedas were written. These 4 Vedas include the Rig Veda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, and the Atharva Veda. And today we will be discussing a part of the Atharva Veda in detail. A part of the Atharva Veda includes the Sushruta Samhita, which translates to Sushruta's Compendium, which is a collection of detailed information on a topic. In particular, this topic is surgery as well as Indian traditional medicine. The Sushruta Samhita goes into detail about early surgery in Indian medicine and also includes a discussion of plastic surgery in Vedic times. As you see in this image below, which is an excerpt of the Sushruta Samhita, Sushruta was able to discover and also outline many medical tools as seen below. About Sushruta. Sushruta was a medical scholar who studied and taught in the holy city of Varanasi between the years of 600 and 1000 BCE. In particular, he took a great interest in medicine and surgery, as well as plastic surgery as a whole. His writings were published in 360 AD, many years after they were written, due to his writings being solely in Sanskrit. Now to discuss about Sushruta's medicine and his introduction of plastic surgery to the world. Sushruta's lasting impact on plastic surgery includes many of the ideals of plastic surgery that are discussed in medical schools today. He discussed planning, precision, and perfection in his writings. And these 3 pillars of plastic surgery are some things that doctors still use when tending to their patients today. In addition, Sushruta's impact on plastic surgery and Hindu society's impact on plastic surgery as a whole is mainly recognized in rhinoplasties, which are surgeries of the nose. As you can see in this image below, Sushruta is working on a patient's nose as in a similar way to how doctors are working on patients today. This is an excerpt from the Sushruta Samhita, which states, a piece of skin of the required size should be dissected from the living skin of the cheek and turned back to cover the nose, keeping a small pedicle attached to the cheek. As you can see, Sushruta here was discussing rhinoplasties thousands of years prior from when they were modernized. And what he's essentially doing in this excerpt is that he's describing how he would take skin from the cheek and put it on top of the nose and use it as a way to reconstruct the nose cleverly. And the skin cells would still be alive on the nose because they are still attached to the cheek, because the skin is still attached to the cheek. And this is essentially skin grafting. Which is astounding to see how Hindu society was able to develop modern skin grafting thousands of years prior to when to now, when people are skin grafting to this day. So now here's a summary of Hindu contributions to plastic surgery. First, rhinoplasty from the cheek. As I just discussed, Sushruta recognized the viability of cheek skin tissue to be used to reconstruct the nose, as well as other parts, to the next Hindu contribution to plastic surgery as well. There are 3 types of skin grafts that Hindus were able to perfect, and they were able to perfect the movement of live skin tissues from other parts, from one part of the body to the other, to assist with burns or skin reconstruction. And again, to reiterate, this is technology, which is astounding to see how people were able to develop it thousands of years prior in Hindu society. Next, which is a more niche plastic surgery topic, is the discussion of mutilated earlobes. Early Hindus were able to find solutions to assist with genetically and intentionally misshapen earlobes. So they were able to correct people's ears, which again is a plastic surgery technique that is used to this day. Next, Sushruta was able to discuss differences in the type of needle and suturing material in order to optimize healing time, as well as reduce scarring in surgery. And suturing, again, is still used to this day in almost all surgeries. Next, Hindus were able to develop 14 types of bandages to cover all parts of the body and 10 to different types of injuries. And this is very specific to plastic surgery because plastic surgery healing is solely dependent on the types of bandages as well as the effectiveness of these bandages to keep out infections and to keep the site of surgery as sterile as possible. And Hindus were able to perfect these bandages thousands of years prior to how they're being used now. And finally, my bad there, Hindus were able to recognize how skin grafting would be a perfect solution to burn victims. In addition, Sushruta was even able to categorize burns into 4 categories, as you may see today. As you may see today as first degree, second degree, third degree, and fourth degree burns. And again, this is very ahead of its time. Sushruta and Hindu society's impacts on plastic surgery today. Ideas introduced about plastic surgery during the Vedic period are still being used by doctors today. Plastic surgeons in Vedic times emphasized perfection. Doctors today are also emphasizing perfection and effective surgeries when discussing all surgeries, but particularly perfection in plastic surgery. In addition, the modern rhinoplasty is very similar to Sushruta's. While he may have used skin from the cheek, doctors are still able to reconstruct are able to take different parts of different skins or reconstruct other parts of the body. And finally, skin grafting, which is a significant Hindu contribution to medicine as a whole, was done by Hindus way ahead of its time. And it is still used today in the same way that it was used thousands of years prior to fix burns or to conduct rhinoplasties. Thank you so much for listening to this talk. Me personally, I very much enjoyed researching Hindu society as a whole and also its contributions to medicine. Before this experience, I did not know that Hindu society contributed this much to plastic surgery, and I think it was very enriching and exciting to learn. So again, thank you so much for listening.
That's Aditi. Again, before we move on, let's have one more question. Again, congrats, you're right, it is C. Great job. Our next first place winner is Sumant Ganapati Bhaskara from San Jose, California, USA. And his topic is about Adi Shankar's contribution to national integration.
Sarvebhyo Namaha. My name is Sumant Ganapati Baswapatna. I live in San Jose, California in the United States. My chosen topic for discussion is Adi Shankaracharya's contributions to Indian national integration. Adi Shankara lived 1.5 million ago from today in the 7th century CE. What is national integration? Well, national integration is defined as an effort to bridge social divides and gaps which are caused primarily by rigidity and exclusivism in social practices. As of Adi Shankara's day, the need for national integration could be divided as the solving of 2 issues, Mata and Bhasha, which the Acharya of the Panchayatana Puja and his 4 mathas on the institutional and social scales, and the complete linguistic freedom he gave for the expression of Advaita Vedanta on the Bhasha issue. We shall look at these in further detail. This is a map of Adi Shankara's personal travels across India. He travelled the nation thrice in his 32-year lifespan, setting out from his home in Kerala at the age of 8. Now, of the 2 issues, Mata, religious opinion, is the most prominent. We can divide the problem of Mata into 2 sub-issues, those being the problem of Mata on the intellectual scale and the problem of Mata on the social scale. On the intellectual scale, traditional Hindu scholars and philosophers were having a hard time standing up to the cold logical questions asked concerning the Hindu tradition by Buddhists, Pakhandis and other questioning agents, and there was a definite need for logic and sharp brilliance in this field. This was provided by Adi Shankara's own mind. However, on the social scale, the problem was more complex. The masses of India had lost the connection between their local practices and the traditions of the Vedas. To provide the coordination between the two, the Acharya came up with the Panchayatana Puja system. In traditional Hinduism, there are 6 major schools of worship. They are called the Shanmatas. They worship 6 deities, those being Shiva, Vishnu, Surya, Ganapati, Devi and Kumara. These are Shaiva, Vaishnava, Saura, Ganapata, Shakta and Kaumara respectively. Since the school of Kaumara can be correlated with Shaiva or Ganapata, it does not feature prominently on the Panchayatana Puja list. Now, the Panchayatana Puja calls for the presence of 5 stones taken from 5 different rivers. They do not sculpt the stones. They are not sculpted. They are directly taken from the river bed so as to symbolize the lack of attributes, that is the nature of the Brahmavastu. It is a philosophical note. On the note of national integration, the 5 rivers, which are the sources of origin for these 5 stones, are very important. Let us look at them now. This is the Banalinga. It is a representation of Shiva and it comes from the Narmada river. Here is the Shonabhadra Pashana. It comes from the Shona river, which is a tributary of the Ganga. It represents Ganapati. This is the Sphatika. It's a crystal which symbolizes Surya. It comes from the Saraswati river. Here is the Ambika Shila. It represents Devi. It comes from the southern Suvarnamukhi river. And finally, here is the Sharagrama. It's a fossilized mollusk which comes from the river Gandaki, which is today in Nepalese borders. Now then, as we can see, these 5 rivers are from the center and 4 cardinal directions of India respectively. This shows that due to the sources of origin of these 5 stones used in worship, when the Panchayatana Puja is conducted by a worshipper, the worshipper is also honoring the entirety of India, since these 5 stones representing the 5 deities are sourced from these 5 rivers, which are literally all across India. Now, further, national divides which warrant the need for national integration are caused by rigidity and exclusivism. The Acharya eliminated the very concept of that by allowing for total flexibility in the arrangement of these stones. The Kuladeivata of the worshipper, the family deity, can be placed in the center, while the other 4 stones can be placed in any order in a surrounding. If that is on the social scale, let us look at his contributions on the institutional scale to solve the problem of Mata. Here we see 4 stars marking the locations of the Acharya's 4 mathas, the seats of Vedantic thought. This is Sringeri, Puri, Dwaraka and the Jyotir Matha in Kashmir. This shows that the thought of Vedanta get to one corner of the country, it has to be visibly, tangibly pervasive to all of India. North, south, east, west, the 4 cardinal directions have to be pervaded by the Vedantic thought, which is based in these 4 mathas. More interesting is the delegation of the 4 main disciples of the Acharya to head these 4 mathas. This is Hastamalakacharya, who was originally from the Udupi area in southern Karnataka. and he was sent to head the Matha in Gujarat, in Dwaraka. Here we have Acharya Padmapada, and he was sent to Puri in Odisha today. And here we have Acharya Sureshwara. His case is the most interesting in this aspect. His original name in his Purvashrama was Mandana Mishra or Vishwarupa, and he was famously defeated in a debate by Acharya Shankara. He lived in Kashi and was a Shukla Yajurvedi, but he was sent to the southern Matha of Sringeri, which is populated mostly by Krishna Yajurvedis. A northern Shukla Yajurvedi was sent to a Krishna Yajurvedi southern Matha. Now, we have Totakacharya, who was from Uttarakhand, and he was sent to head the Matha in Kashmir, the Jyotir Matha. As we can see, these four disciples who became the Acharyas of their four Mathas defined national integration. They were shining examples of Simollangana, the forgetful nature of national, regional boundaries, to forget that they exist, to forget regional identity, and to literally consider India as one entire entity and to treat it as such. Therefore, on the institutional scale, Acharya Shankara achieved national integration. Now, let us briefly cover Bhasha. This is a rudimentary map of the various regional languages as of Adi Shankara's day. The matas and paramparas that would evolve in these regions would embrace the region-specific languages and therefore make their ideas more conducive to propagation in that area. However, this also meant that people from other areas would have serious difficulty in understanding and appreciating those matas and paramparas from other regions. Furthermore, Samskrita was the language used for formal thought, philosophical debate, and commentary on the traditional works of Hindu philosophy, and the regional languages were used for the local matas and paramparas. To solve the issue of the lack of integration in the linguistic field, Adi Shankara utilized Samskrita for his personal writings, commentaries, philosophical write-ups, etc., while also giving complete freedom and Vedanta in the regional languages. After the time of Shankara, we see several poets, poetesses, thinkers, and philosophers from all over India who would use their personal and regional languages to express the same thought. Sant Gyaneshwar, Lalleshwari, Kabir, Anubhavamrita are just four of so many languages to express what had been expressed by the Acharya in Samskrita, indicating that the thought of Advaita could be used as a national integrative force on the linguistic field as well. Thus, on the social, institutional, and linguistic fields, the Acharya achieved national integration in the problems of Mata, religious opinion, and Bhasha, language. We owe our cultural existence as Hindus to these national integrative efforts that were done by the Acharya. He gave India a cultural identity of its own in a firm manner. I owe my sincere gratitude to Gokhale Institute for Public Affairs, on the platform of which Shatavadhani Dr. R. Ganesh has delivered an enlightening speech on the topic of Adi Shankara's contributions to the revival of Hindu Dharma in India. I owe my sincere gratitude to both of those entities. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Congrats, Suman. And before we move on to our next winner, let's have our homework question.
This one. Yeah, take the last one.
Congrats, you guys got it right. Nice. All right, so let's move on to our last winner, which is Sumit Borikar from San Jose, California, USA. And his topic is on Varahamihira's contribution to astronomy and mathematics.
Hello everyone, my name is Sumit Borikar. I am in San Jose, California, in the United States of America. I am going to talk about one of the best astronomists in ancient India who completely revolutionized the Indian astronomy and mathematics. Yes, I am speaking about the great Varahamihira. And it's very interesting how I came to know about him. Especially in astronomy, I was skimming through the Nature magazine when I came across an article which mentioned that NASA scientists had discovered 3 lakes on Mars. I was really surprised by that, so I reported the same to my mother. Without showing too much surprise, she said, so 1500 years ago, this was already discovered by the great Varahamihira, and now NASA is only confirming his discovery. I couldn't believe her at first, so I smiled and said there was no equipment back then. She said, that I don't know, but he had presented his theory with in-depth analysis. I became very inquisitive about Varahamihira, therefore I decided to research him. While exploring his work and about himself, I was mesmerized by his range of inventions, his intellect, and his
Such a great scientist laid the body in 587. Like me, you must be very overwhelmed by his work. We need to learn Sanskrit in order to understand this ancient literature, so that we can understand this vast ocean of astronomy and astrology and use it for the betterment of the society. Thank you.
So that concludes all of our first prize winners. So congrats to all the winners. As I got earlier, all the participants got winners should be proud for taking this opportunity to educate and to learn about our culture and our contributions of our culture. So I think in that way we're all winners. And I want to thank the Livermore Temple and the Youth Conference for giving our young scholars and me this great opportunity. So thank you so much.
So friends, let's give a very big hand to Prajna Tantravai. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which has nearly 117 different ways of meditating. And she has mesmerized with a very charming smile, and she was very elegant. She was very pleasant. She did a great job. And it's so nice to see Prajna Tantravahi doing an excellent way of, just putting up. And it's very interesting to see the way she has presented herself. And I just really appreciate my friend Manohar for encouraging the youngsters. Plus, it was so nice to see the Manikanta Illuri and the Shashankala. They all have done a wonderful job. And it's so nice to see the support system that is being established over here to make this particular global conference a grand success, and many times all beautiful things has to come to an end. So many times, they will come to an end, but it's not an end, but it's a new beginning, because 1,000 steps, the journey of 1,000 steps also begins with one single step. So a long way to go, as it was being said by Robert Frost, that woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have many promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. And it's wonderful to see all the people, and particularly the entire team. And I want to heartily congratulate the executive committee chairperson of youth for this, for this Shiv Vishnu temple. And I request my friend Manohar Mahavadi, who made this awesome job of organizing this very precious global conference for the youth, and I request him to please come and take over.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thanks, Krish, Radhakrishna, for doing a commendable job, and thanks all the young volunteers who announced the prizes and then kept everybody engaged completely. And one person whom we have forgotten, or rather I wanted to keep it until the end, who has contributed to this silently, putting a lot of hours, dedicated with passion. And then, I'm not going to take more time, please forgive me, okay? It's going to be just a few more minutes I'm going to. So I want to introduce Mr. Venkat Donadula, here, who has been silently contributing to this for hours and hours of his time. The show person say one good worker. He's on his way to become a doctor, and he's on his way to become a doctor. He's in the first year, second year? First year. And he has contributed a lot silently behind the doors, taking the videos, positioning them, editing them, adding metadata, etc. And he is an ardent devotee of Shiva Vishnu Temple. Since childhood, he is associated with this. And I want to introduce Venkat. You want to say hello, congratulations to kids,
Congratulations to all the kids, great presentations. Thank you so much to the youth community for giving these kids the opportunity. And thank you again.
Thank you, Venkat. Wish you all the best in your medical school, and you're going to become a wonderful doctor. I'm very confident about it. Thank you all. Just one note I want to say to all the children watching, all the parents watching is, firstly, excuse us. We have a lot of technical issues today, and this is not an easy job. Our IT committee, our volunteers, they're all having full day daytime jobs, and they're working their extended hours to make it happen. I should thank all the individuals, but I don't have time. I don't want to make you sitting taking all those names. But we have live streaming combined with Zoom, combined with other things, and then everything happened. So we had some difficulties, and thanks for sitting patiently and watching and listening. Now, finally, I want to thank, and actually I want to introduce Mr. Karunakar Gulukota, President of the Shiva Vishnu Temple, who extended his support from day one for this wonderful activity. Please. A few minutes of Karunakar.
Namaste, good afternoon. Namaskar. This very first Global Hindu Conference 2021 from Hindu Community and Cultural Center, Shiva Vishnu Temple, Livermore, almost coming to an end. My sincere apologies for our growing pains and technical difficulties during the event. We will certainly learn from them and make better global conferences live in the future. Operative word being global, it was first for us. We have done many local conferences, local live events, but global was the first time. And sorry for the technical issues that we have faced, and will certainly improve upon. I sincerely hope you all had a wonderful time, both online and live in the hall here. I would like to first thank Krish Radhakrishna Garu for leading the stage today. An amazing job. Thank you very much for all his wonderful words of wisdom throughout the program. And I would also like to thank our guest speakers, the panel speakers, Sri Gautam Sen, David Frawley, and Sri Anant Kashi Bhatla, for sharing words of wisdom today and spending their valuable time with us. Your message to the youth is very valuable, and we will share it with our youth. We will make these videos available on YouTube channel so that others can watch at their leisure with a better quality, hopefully. I would also like to thank a very big gang of volunteers that worked on the background to make this event happen. Shiva Vishnu Temple is a public temple pretty much run by volunteers. Volunteers is the lifeblood of this temple. So thanks so much for all the volunteers who have put enormous number of hours to put together all the videos that you have submitted, reviewing all those videos and coming up with a shortened list and all these technical issues and conferencing and everything. It's quite an amazing task and industry was going on here. Thank you, each and every one of you. It's an amazing job. Well done. HCCC has 4 pillars for our public outreach. Very authentic Shiva Vishnu temple run according to all the agamas, shastras, and by very learned priests. That is one of the main pillars of this Hindu community and cultural center. The second one is the human services through which we reach out to needy and organize our programs around them. We have programs like Grant in Aid, seniors programs, health services, many others through which we reach out and wherever we can really contribute and help, where the need is there, we do that. We raise funds for calamities and all kinds of stuff like that. So that is the human services pillar of the temple. And that's second pillar for us. The third one is the cultural, where we make an effort to present and enhance our culture through all of our festivals, many of our events and functions, videos that we really transmit. This year, because of COVID, we have gone live. So we had more number of cultural programs than any other year before. So it was quite an amazing thing. If you could check out our Livermore channel, you'll find all those different clips of cultural programs, the way all the kids and the different schools have conducted their cultural programs. And that is the third pillar. And the fourth and the most progressive is the youth and education, which is led by Sri Manohar Mahavadi and his amazing functional team. That is the part that kind of made this particular event happen. Would like to congratulate all the youngsters who have contributed to this initiative to bring awareness to the youth. I would also like to thank you and your parents for all of your contributions towards this event and being part of it. We will continue to do this. Coming years, please look out for what's going on with the HCCC youth and education programs. We contribute towards it to make other youth learn from it and also learn from our teachers inside the temple also. So Y&D is a very big pillar for us. We want to focus on it, make sure that it is a really strong pillar where the youngsters can create a community around the temple and also learn from it. So thank you very much for being part of it. Please remember, this is the first event of this kind, reaching out to the teens live across the world. So there are significant learnings from this program as we definitely apply and improve upon all of our events. Please contribute to make temple youth and education as an element of your growing up. My best wishes to all of you for future promise. I would like to leave you with an image that, in my view, is the essence of the Upanishads or whatever the Vedas, and an iconic picture about to resolve about to resolve our actions. Imagine a Krishna as a charioteer of a Ratham that is led by 4 Divyashvas. And the warrior in that charioteer is none other than Arjuna, doing his dharma as a warrior, fighting against adharma selflessly and even against his own beloved characters. Mind you, in the beginning of this was Arjuna was depressed and dropping out because it was war against his beloved. Arjuna was resurrected to his original vibrant warrior by Krishna himself by preaching him the knowledge that enlightened the whole world, that is Bhagavad Gita. Hinduism is not fatalistic in that sense. People think that, oh, karma, we just give it up. No, it's not like that. Hinduism not fatalistic at all. It teaches you to act and make a difference as a fundamental message. It calls for action for a good cause, to make yourself a better person, for your good goals with honesty. Lord Krishna himself will be your charioteer, saying that the universe will bend to make your honest intentions realized is nothing but this. Hope you can really picture that, Krishna and you sitting in the chariot and making your dreams happen. Last but the major one, thank you to EC Chair Manohar Mahavadi Garu for his hard work for the last 3 months, reaching out to all the youth across the world through different media and also talking to different panel speakers and arranging whole program. This was quite an amazing task. It took a lot of his effort. I would like to call Manohar Garu and his wife Shailaja Garu to come on the stage. I want to request also our chairman to come forward.
Thank you, Karunakar. Thank you, Ramana Garu. Thanks. This actually, this should go to all the young children who participated, all the hardworking people who did so much work to really did a great job to make it happen, and all the participants who participated and submitted videos worked very hard. All the children, as you see, they put a lot of effort, and this is starting of their journey. And thank you and congratulate all the parents also for encouraging their children to participate and contribute. I would like to invite Jyoti Sharma Garu, who is our next chairman for Shiva Vishnu Temple, to really appreciate the young children who contributed and made these things happen. Starting with Shashank Kala. Where is Shashank Kala? He left? Okay. Next is Manikanta Illuri. I'm glad that Jyoti Sharma Garu is here. He is taking over from tomorrow onwards. Right. Manikanta.
More than anything else, I've been a volunteer at the temple, and Manikanta, at least I've been seeing him for a long time. It gives me great pleasure to honor you. You said you are like my son. Here you go. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Jyoti garu. Thank you, man. I would like to invite Padma Shri Dornadula garu, who is silently working for the past so many days, working hard, helping Prasanna garu to make these things happen. It's not an easy job, collating all the 16, 17 videos, editing, so much. The whole family is involved in that. Padma Shri garu. I would like to have the pleasure to invite Padma Shri garu to really appreciate the young children here. Pragya Tantravahi. Who has done an amazing job standing for the past 2 hours, 3 hours. Thank you, Pragya. You've done a wonderful job. You've added a lot of energy. One of the things I was wondering was that this is youth and education, and where are the youth here? So I found wonderful youth. They work very, very hard behind the scenes, really. Now I would like to invite Shailaja Gulkota garu. Where is she? Shailaja Gulkota garu. She's coming. Just give me 30 seconds. She should be here. Almost done. Just a few more minutes. Shailaja Gulkota garu, please come to the stage. And behind all the hard work of Karunakar Gulkota is Shailaja Gulkota for bearing with all the patients. Please come to the stage here. Shailaja is going to appreciate Mr. Venkat Dornadula. For all the wonderful job Venkat is doing, wishing all the best. Now I would like to invite Padma. I would like to invite Krish Radhakrishna and Mrs. Radhakrishna, Padma, who are visitors from India, lucky to be here with us. Again, behind all the energy, the thunderous energy, behind Krish Radhakrishna is Padma. Now, we are so close to each other that I forgot her last name. Maybe I'll request her to introduce herself. It's okay, you can shoes this could check. Radha Krishna, please come. Just so happy that you all have, both of you are here. Come here. The camera is here. So I want the whole world to witness this. Thank you very much for being patiently sitting here and watching Sri Radha Krishna exploring in the full air. Okay, thank you all for making the program a grand success. Okay, second. Krishna, Radha Krishna, please stay here. Bhattar Garu, our temple priest, is here to bless all the wonderful people here.
Everybody come on stage. Everybody, all the volunteers, please come on.
Divakar Garu, please come on the stage.
त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे कविं कवीनाम् उपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् महागणपतये नमः। प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजिभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्यवतु वाग्देव्यै नमः। लक्ष्मीं तनोतु नितरामितरानपेक्षम् अङ्घ्रिद्वयं निगमशाख्यशिखा प्रबालम् हेरम्बमम्बुरुहडम्बरचौर्यनिघ्नम् विघ्नाद्रिभेदशतधारधुरं धरं नः। दोर्भिर्युक्ता चतुर्भिः स्फटिकमणिमयीम् अक्षमालां दधाना हस्तेनैकेन पद्मं सितमपि च शुकं पुस्तकं चापरेण भासा कुन्देन्दुशङ्खस्फटिकमणिनिभा भासमाना समाना सा मे वाग्देवतेयं निवसतु वदने सर्वदा सुप्रसन्ना। ॐ रुद्ध्यास्म हव्यैर्नमसोपसद्य मित्रं देवं मित्रधेयं नोऽस्तु अनुराधान् हविषा वर्धयन्तः शतं जीवेम शरदः सवीराः शतमानं भवति शतायुः आयुष्येवेन्द्रिये प्रतिष्ठति। लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर स्वामिनः अनुग्रह परिपूर्णता सिद्धिरस्तु। विशालाक्ष्य समेत विश्वनाथ स्वामिनः कृपा परिपूर्णता सिद्धिरस्तु। All the best.
Thank you all. With this, we conclude this wonderful event. Thank you patiently sitting and watching. Forgive us for all the shortcomings. We will definitely improve as every year goes. Thank you all. Good night for all those in India. Good afternoon, good evening for everybody else. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you all.
Namaste, 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 Varahamihira, Chakshushe, Navadive, Namaprabhivye, Saptagadhamma, Kalpaya, Yena Satya, Sabhasanaha, Tamjinavadah Kuru, Sarvamagarbhasana, Devim Majapadaranyanta Devaha, Tam Vishwarupa, Javavanti, Sānamantre Jamar Jamduhana, Hekarmagasmanamarashvarejo, Brahmuhurtastu muhurtastirjanagranhando, Muhurtastu. We are starting. First we are starting Sankalpam, Vishwaksena Punyavacham, Dhanvantari, Kalasha Mantraradhana, Agni Pratisthapana and Homa, Purnahuti by SPM, by 2. We are starting Vishwaksena. Mahesh sir.
Pushpaye